Yo, yo, yo. Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome into the show. How are you doing? Oh, appreciate you guys being here. What's going on? Welcome in. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Appreciate you guys being here. Oh. I am still alive. Yes. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. All right, let's kick off a Talking Trek server sound off. You guys hit it. Let's see what we can find to get into today. Bubba Joe has done all the show prep. He's done all of it, so it's completely up to him today. Because this voice ain't holding up for more than like 25 minutes, man. That's it, Bubba. I got 25 minutes. That's it.
I did not do all of the show prep.
Oh, dude, you did the show prep. You said, man. Oh,
I did not. I did not prepare any stupid news. So you're just.
Oh, I did do the news. Don't worry about that. I got the news. Don't you worry. I got the news.
I didn't prepare commercials.
I prepared commercials.
Okay.
I did.
So what is it that I did?
You did all the show content, right?
I mean, I picked topics.
Yeah, good. Okay, great. That's excellent. Welcome in, everybody. Let's hit a Talking Trek server sound off, shall we? You got Sacked on 15, kicking us off. Coldbane on 164. Thank you, Anubis on 201. Let's see. Eyebrow 24. Thanks. Crazy on 24. Iron Chef on 14. Daverick on 21. It's Hunter on 28. Tash on 168. Noon Whistle on 29. What's up, DJz? Hope you're feeling better. Little bit. Bubba Joe said proof of life would be good today. So that's what we're doing.
All
here.
We're hoping for is proof of life.
Proof of life. Officer Soto on 167. Thank you, Uncle Brisket. What's up on 63, but soon to be 58? Yes, I saw the server merge announcement come out. By the way, I'm actually advocating to delay that. Bubba Joe, you had mentioned it as well. We're working on trying to delay that for you guys, but we'll give you information on that coming up. Cap Q on 57, Joker on on server 16. See, already starting there, Bubba Joe. Jace on 44.
Already dying.
Shinzola on 153, Wolfwood on 49, and the list goes on. 161 additional messages in the Discord. Also, what's up? Shout out, hello, over to the Twitch audience. How you guys doing? Appreciate you guys being here. Tiberius is here. Walker, Major Samo, what's up? How long did you end up going last night? Because I couldn't watch the whole thing, but I was there for face reveal number 2. Major Samo did big celebration thing yesterday, Bubba Joe. So kudos to her for finally revealing. For me, it was the face behind the fur. For her, what did you end up calling it, Samo? Because you've got what's the name of your avatar? You were talking about her yesterday, and I don't remember right off the bat what you were referring to your avatar as. I can't remember. She's got like a little Samo in like a spacesuit. The Samonaut. That's what it is. The Samonaut is her little avatar there. So yeah, went about 3.5 hours. Oh, that's cute. You'll get there one day, Samo. You'll get to those 4 and 5 hour streams. You were so close. But congratulations to you. That was obviously a fantastic show. I really enjoyed the parts of it that I got to watch, and congratulations to you on having a really wonderful community to open up your home to. It was actually really, really cool to watch that yesterday. So Samo says, well, I caught your cold and was super sick, couldn't talk anymore. I don't know how that works unless it transmits like a computer virus. All right, Bubba,
maybe that's what you have is computer virus you picked up from Scopely.
Maybe, dude, I have been.
Well, you weren't
sick.
that contagious.
I was sick, dude. I've been sick.
Yeah.
So what is today? Sunday, Wednesday.
Yes.
We did so Tuesday night. My voice started giving out. Wednesday. Yep. We did a little bit of a show here, but no prep went into it, no news, no commercials, because my voice was done from the beginning, and the show was short. I think we only went like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And then...
It was over 2.
Oh, was it really? Oh, good.
Yeah.
That's good. Then Thursday, I just couldn't, guys. I was supposed to stream, and I'm really disappointed, Trader. I really wanted to because that was the last day of the Twitch Hype Challenge. It was the last day, and I just couldn't. I couldn't. You know, we already lost over half of the hype challenge because we were in Los Angeles, and then I lost. The rest of it. Wait, what? Yeah, then I lost the rest of it for being sick. So it was just bad. But despite that, I do want to thank the community super, super big time for getting us a level 5 in that anyway. That was still super huge. Thank you guys so very, very much for that. That's cool. The fact that we were able to pull out level 5 and we were only on the air for like 4 days during the whole challenge, you guys are the best. And that level 5. Yo, what's up, Nolan? What are you doing, Nolan? Welcome into the chat, man. Appreciate you being here. Nolan is somebody in the Twitch streaming community that I've just recently started watching. He's not usually on when we're on super late. I would like to raid into him one day. But yeah, what's up, Nolan? Thanks for being here, man. Good to see you. So Thursday we had to cancel the show. Friday, I finally gave in. All right. I knew I was getting sick, Trader. So Friday I gave in and I went to urgent care. And I said, dude, I hope I don't have COVID because it's the week before Thanksgiving. Not only that, Trader, but I was really kind of getting really concerned because we have the Christmas Angel Fund thing, November 30th. And if I had COVID right now, they would not let me go because you got to go. You have to be 2 weeks, right? 2 weeks. So if I had COVID, I would have had to have missed the Christmas Angel celebration, and I would have died. I mean, we couldn't have canceled it, Trader. Everybody would have still had to have gone and done the thing. I just couldn't be there because I can't be around the kids. Thank God I tested negative for COVID Friday morning, and I'm like, good God, what is killing me? Maybe it's just a sinus infection. So they were like, do you want us to test you for flu? I'm like, yeah, sure. So I ended up testing positive for flu B, and then and then I'm thinking to myself, well, it was those dirty Californians, Bubba Joe. Everybody was talking about how they got sick. Listen, when people went to TwitchCon, they got sick, right? When people went to TwitchCon, everybody that went to TwitchCon came home and got sick. Then I went to Los Angeles with a bunch of players. Everybody came home.
In California?
No, they were in Las Vegas. It's just traveling in general. It's gross. Airplanes are disgusting. All right. The fact
they are not.
They are. Listen.
They are not.
I was convinced, Bubba Joe, that I was breathing in other people's exhaust. All right, which I was. And I got sick. Okay. Everybody who went to TwitchCon got sick. Everybody. And by the way, all the players that went to LA that weekend and then came home, they got sick. Bearded Waffle, sick. Okay? Archer, sick. Everybody got sick. Okay? Even Beck was fighting a bug. Everybody got sick. So I was convinced that it was that. Okay?
Which means it wasn't an airplane.
It could have been the airplane when I got there, like when I was going. Anyway, whatever. Okay, fine. Maybe it wasn't the airplane.
Everyone was on your airplane?
No. Like maybe somebody got it from an airplane on the way there and then gave it to the whole group. Either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I found out where it came from. So I got home Friday. By the way, this is so terrible. John was on vacation this weekend, Trader. So I still had to work. I'm flu B positive, and I'm like the only one. I was the only manager on duty all weekend. So I still had to go to work. I masked up just like I had COVID. I freaked out on my coworkers. They're like, you got COVID? No, I just don't want to make you sick, but I have to be here. So I I had to go to work. I worked all weekend, but I was also scheduled to pick up my boys because it's Thanksgiving break, and Oliver was really excited to see his brothers, but I was also supposed to get Oliver. So I had to call Mrs. DJz, or ex-Mrs. What are we going to call her now? Ex-Mrs. DJz? Mrs. DJz? She kept my last name. Is she still Mrs. DJz? Ms. DJz? I don't know what she is. Anyway, I had to call her up. The ex DJ, Mrs. X. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. I had to call her up, and I was like, oh, man. And you know, I was regretting this phone call because typically if there is something that can be used, you know, or just something, if there's something that can be fussed about, it'll be fussed about. Do we know? Are we familiar with that? Any single dads out there? All right. If there's something to fuss about, it's going to get fussed about. Could we? Yeah. Bubba, that's probably right. Just Oliver's mom, probably.
Yes,
probably
100%.
Okay, Aaron, you get that. I mean, if there's a thing, if there's something to be fussed out, you guys expect the fussing. Okay, so I'm like, but I mean, I got to tell her. So I'm like, hey, just so you know, I'm feeling a little bit rough. It's getting better, but I tested for flu B, and this is the response I got. Oh, yeah, I meant to tell you, Oliver had flu B last week.
Oh no, really?
What? Now listen, I told you, but Oliver was sick, and I didn't know. I mean, he didn't act like he was sick. She was like, yeah, he wasn't really symptomatic, but he tested for flu, and he's had this really bad cough, which I had recognized the cough. So, but I mean, I didn't know. He was feeling fine. He wasn't feeling rough or anything. So I'm all loving up on him, and we're snuggling and doing all the things that me and Oliver usually do. Except, hey, Baba Joe gave me flu B, that little cesspool boy. All right, yeah, he got it. He gave me the flu B.
So
all right.
When did you find this out?
It's from school. That's what it is.
No, wasn't from school. So he went to a birthday party where one of the brothers of the little birthday boys was actually positive for flu B, but they had the birthday party anyway, and the kid was out there playing anyway, and Oliver went to that birthday party and caught flu B.
That really should have been communicated to you.
What? What? So
everybody in LA.
Oh.
That's not okay because the influenza kills people.
I know. I didn't know. All right, but yeah.
No.
So
I'm
here's
not
the start.
blaming you.
Here's the start to the beginning. Oliver goes to his friend's birthday party, who has flu B, but they have the party anyway. He catches flu B. Then he brings it to my house. I didn't know. Gives me flu B. Then I flew to Los Angeles, where I was asymptomatic. Now, the good news is potentially players that I was around in Los Angeles, the fact that I got sick so late probably means that I didn't have it when I was in Los Angeles. I probably caught it from Oliver when I got back because I didn't get sick until Tuesday, and I was with Oliver.
That's not how that works.
How long does it take? What's the incubation period? I thought it was only like 48 hours, 72 hours.
But the point is that you can be contagious before you feel sick.
Well, I started feeling bad. You guys saw it. It literally happened on the show Tuesday night. In midstream, I started losing my voice. So that's when, if anybody asked when I became symptomatic, it would have been Tuesday night. All right?
1 to 7 days is the incubation period.
Sorry, guys. That was me. But it was Oliver, and it was Ms. DJz and his filthy little friends.
The filthy little plague carriers.
I'm telling you, man. So yeah, I've had fun. I've been fun trying to trace this back. Putt says I got them all sick. Waffle. Wait, Waffle got sick? He got sick and he got raided? Now I owe him a pack. I'm so sorry, Waffle. Bearded Waffle got sick. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
You have known the source of this infection and continued to blame the innocent airlines.
No, I only knew Friday afternoon. But then, like I said, when I found out who really was patient zero, I thought this is going to make a great story. We got to actually tell this story. So yeah, so it wasn't plain exhaust this time. All right, I was convinced that it was. Lieutenant Bennett says, "Did I contaminate any more M&M jars while you were there?" Yes, I did. Just one though.
Probably had to go through and hire a biohazard.
I will say,
to clean the place.
I'm so sorry.
I will say, DJ, to confirm your planes story, like getting sick, when COVID first was a thing, like 3 years ago, my sister was in America and flew from the Cayman Islands to America, and then catch a flight back to New Zealand, and she caught it in her flight. She landed back in New Zealand and tested positive for COVID.
Yeah, well, at least it wasn't COVID. It was just flu.
It does happen.
It was just flu this time. All right. I say just, not like it's not any less lethal. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yes, I was the dirty plain petri dish this time. It was my fault, but it was Oliver's fault, and I never knew. Listen, I notified Ms. DJz within like 2-3 hours Friday morning. Okay. Oh yeah. Oliver had flu B last week. He went to a birthday party. I took him to a birthday party where the kid was flu B positive. Now, unknown whether or not she knew before they went. But I don't know. Anyway, so I'm on all kinds of medicines. I had all these big pills. And so then now I've got the boys now. So I had to go get them Tamiflu, preventative Tamiflu. By the way, the Tamiflu, freaking expensive, man. That's a really expensive drug. So wait, Mimi says you started feeling sick Tuesday and informed Ms. DJz Friday morning. Yeah. But no, I wasn't feeling sick Tuesday. And I really wasn't even feeling sick Wednesday.
No, it was once you
just a
tested
sore throat.
positive for the flu.
Yeah, it was just a sore throat. I notified her once I tested positive. Because Thursday I knew I was actually getting sick. I thought it was just like a sore throat. And honestly, part of that was it was 80 degrees in LA. And I came back here and it was 35. Honestly, because I didn't feel bad Tuesday. I thought it was just, weather stuff. Jedzia, thank you. I am on the mend. I told Trader earlier today I'm back to roughly 60-65%. My voice is still going to give out a lot, but we're going to go with it. I do appreciate you guys all being here, though. Thank you so very much. We've got a lot of people hanging out with us. Bubba Joe, over 430 people in our live studio audience. So thank you guys for welcoming me back into your homes and into your PCs and into your lives. When I've been off. Just a couple of announcements real quick before we get into the stupid news. I will...
I thought we were already doing the stupid news.
Okay, before we continue the stupid news. This week, I'm switching the stream schedule around just a tiny little bit. Instead of streaming on Tuesday, I will be streaming tomorrow on Monday. That's the only change this week. So we've got the pod today. I'm going to do a Twitch stream on Monday. Nothing on Tuesday. We'll do a pod on Wednesday. And yes, I will do a Thanksgiving stream. I will do a Twitch stream on Thursday evening. And then, if we do something Friday or Saturday, that's usually up in the air. Those aren't scheduled. Those are just extras. So Tactical Cream says tomorrow is Monday. Steven Zarin says today is Monday. All right, so fine. In my time, UST -5. We will be doing a stream tomorrow, Monday, instead of Tuesday. Biggest reason for that is Mama DJz and Grandpa DJz are coming to visit, and we're going to do Thanksgiving on Wednesday. So we're going to do our Thanksgiving on Wednesday because Oliver has to go and do Thanksgiving with his with Ms. DJz on Thursday. So anyway, whatever. But that's the only alteration that I'm doing.
Oliver is doing Thanksgiving with OM.
With OM, is that what we're calling? We're gonna call her OM? OM?
Oliver's mom.
Oliver's mom?
She'll just be referred to as Oliver's mom.
How about baby mama? No.
Baby mom.
I've already got a baby mama though. I guess I got
Oliver's mom. It's sufficient.
Okay. All right, Oliver's mommy. All right, there you go. So, O's mama. Wait, baby mama is not the right term, says Carissa. Wait, now, see, we're gonna have to talk about this. Like, which OM is highly efficient? I don't even like how that sounds, though. All right, So Carissa says baby mama is not the right term. I'm gonna have to figure these things out. Miss DJz is inappropriate. I didn't say Miss. I said Ms. Isn't it Ms. DJz in that the proper title for a divorce, right? Ms.
Single. It's the proper term for a single.
No,
female.
Miss was single, I thought.
Anybody who calls me Miss gets a boot in the butt.
Ms. All right, so Ms. Omicron says she can't use your name anymore. Yeah, but you guys know she's always been Mrs. DJz. I've never given you her actual name. And by the way, she has kept my name. Like, she still has my last name. She didn't change her last name. So she, which I was surprised about. I thought she would. But, But no, the
Kept
X.
the last name Z.
Yes, yeah, she kept it. So Ms. Yeah, Trader. Okay, Ms. No, Peter Swanson. I don't care if she keeps the name. I don't care if she.
Isn't it?
It's Oliver's last name, so she can keep the name. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Guys, listen. Things are getting better. Okay, things are fine. Thank you guys all for being very, very worried about this name thing. No, as a matter of fact, we had to have a conversation about that this past week. I'm full of stories and I can't talk, but we'll go with the stories. Bubba Joe, I had to have I shared with the community? I may not have. I don't know. I had to have a conversation with my boys, and I've been putting it off. I've been putting it off, Bubba Joe, because, I don't feel like I wanted to do it over text or over phone or anything like that. I wanted to wait until I was going to be with them. But the last time I was with them was their homecoming formal, and I wasn't going to ruin that. So they came home dying. They came home, and so I went ahead and had that conversation because they were invited to Mama and Papa's for Thanksgiving on Thursday to go with Oliver so they could see, Mama and Papa and the cousins and all that stuff. I wasn't invited, all right, which is not surprising, and that's fine, whatever. I wasn't invited, but I wasn't going to let the boys get blindsided. So I had, and I don't know if I've actually shared this with the community or not, but I am feeling better. I think, Trader, after having discussed it with my boys, like speaking it out loud, it actually it was like a burden almost off of me. I didn't realize that it was burdening me, but once I was able to talk to my boys, my men, about it, then I started to realize how not bothered I was by it. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing to get to that place.
Yeah. Yeah. I had to tell the boys that Ms. DJz is involved in a new relationship, and he was going to be there for Thanksgiving. So I told my boys because they were invited and they wanted to go, but I didn't want to let them show up and be like, oh, by the way, here's so and so. So here's your little heads up.
That means that the choice is theirs. If they want to go, they can go. If they
Exactly,
don't want to go,
and that's what I told them.
That's their choice.
That's what I told them. So of course they had questions. Now, Tactical Cream, she's already in a relationship. Yes, she's been in a relationship for a very long time, and that was part of. As a matter of fact, do you guys remember Bubba Joe? Do you remember when I went to Nashville the last time and I told you I called you crying? The community might remember. I called Bubba Joe crying from the bathroom floor. I locked myself in a bathroom. I'm in the floor and I'm bawling my eyes out. Do you guys remember that? That was months ago. When was that, Bubba Joe? That was in August, right? Yeah, it was in August.
It was something like that.
Sure.
It was, because it was my dad's 70th birthday party. So, Lieutenant Fire says you weren't ready to share. You said you would share when you're ready. That was when I found out. So, I had dealt with that, and I held on to that because I didn't want to put that on my boys that early and all that stuff. But I mean, that was really early. So our separation was in June, and then I found out about this relationship in August, and Bubba knows I found out the relationship had already been happening, So anyway, hey, what's up, Kana? So that's what has kind of been going on, and this week has just been kind of crazy. So yeah, I know, it's crazy. Car insurance thing makes more sense now. What's the car insurance thing? Becca, I don't know what you're talking about. What car insurance thing? Yeah, the audience listening into this podcast is like, wait, what is this? Is this days of our freaking lives around here? Maybe. I don't know. Sorry. We'll get to it. Thank you.
As the Trek turns.
As the Trek turns, yes. Anyway, I appreciate it, everybody.
I'm just appreciating that I can tune this part of the podcast out and watch my Seahawks.
Well, it's all for you, Bubba. It's all for you. I'm trying to do that. So,
you only got to keep talking for another 2 hours.
Okay. Oh, okay. We'll be good. We got that. I remember what you're talking about now, Becca. Yeah. So Ms. DJz has this new relationship, and he's going to be there on Thursday. And by the way, and in my conversation with the boys about this, I was able to say the following things. And Bubba, a lot of this is going to sound familiar. What's great though, Bubba, honestly, and you were so right, and I love you. I really want you to know that, because Bubba has been my rock through this whole thing. Bubba told me at that time, he said, listen, you're going to be angry. And he said, you don't need to talk about this when you're angry. Figure out and talk to Fred and do things and get to a point where, like, it's okay that you feel okay about talking about this stuff. So, and honestly, that's what I was just saying a second ago, Trader. So as I'm telling the boys this, my hand is kind of forced now. I had to share with my kids because they wanted to go to this Thanksgiving dinner so they could see Mama and Papa and see their cousins and all that stuff. And, but I didn't want them to walk in and be blindsided, right? So I had to tell the boys about this relationship, and what surprised me, like I said a second ago, Trader, was that I was able to do so and feel a breath of fresh air. I was actually able to realize how okay I'm doing this right now, like how okay I am with things right now, because like I had that conversation and like I wasn't angry about it. I told the boys, hey, there's this new guy. He's going to be there. They asked questions, and I'm like, now listen, they've been seeing each other for a while. They are practically living together, and that's fine, whatever. Their relationship is now their own. And I am starting to get to the point, Bubba, where I realize, like, kind of what you told me on day one. Listen, one of these days you're going to actually realize you were better off. I'm starting to get there. I mean, there's still rough days, right? But I am adjusting to the fact that I can do my thing, that I can do what I want to do, that I can go to Los Angeles on a whim, or I can fly to Nashville, or I can go to Germany, right, Rip? We were talking about that the other day. Like, I'm going to fly to Germany after the new year because I can, And
that's what I loved about my trip going to LA to meet up with you guys. It was my similar sort of thing. It had been 2 years after my separation, and it was a nice thing just to get out, do my own thing, have some fun with friends, and that kind of thing. It is. It takes a break. It takes a while.
Yeah, it's just a thing. Like,
step by step.
I have found that I had more money than I thought that I would have had. She must have spent a lot of money.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, she had a job. She had a good job, right? But somehow, without that income, like, I still actually have more money. So I'm not sure how that works. But I don't know. But yeah, no, I find that I've got a little bit of money left over, so I'm able to do a couple of things and fly around and stuff. I know, it's crazy, right? So it's been good. So as I'm telling this story, the boys were like, well, do you know this guy? And I said, yes, I do. We have known him. They went to high school together. And
I know him. My baseball bat knows him. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I know him. I know of him. But I mean, here's the thing. He actually is a good guy, right? Like he's not a drunk or anything terrible like that. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's educated, has a great job. He adores Oliver. He treats Oliver very special. He's I don't know exactly what his intentions are there, but I know that Oliver freaking loves him to death because he gets him treats and they play games and all that stuff. So I mean, if Oliver feels good about it, that's really all that I kind of care about, So
that's always been the thing about my boy as well. As long as they're in a safe place and the people that they associate with are in a safe place, at least that gives me comfort. Like for me myself, it gives me at least some comfort. Despite, yes, as hard as it is to see that happen, from my perspective, it's well, they're in a safe place in a safe environment. That's the main thing.
He likes him and he's good to Oliver and so and I told all that to the big boys. I just said, hey, listen, he's all right. And if this is what is going to be good and I realized that I was good. Do you guys remember all the talking with Fred that I had to do about Halloween? You guys knew that I was like, worried about Halloween. Yeah, that was a concern there because I knew that there would be another party involved with Halloween. Halloween went well. So I was good with that. And it just kind of made me realize that, like, we can coexist. Like, we can actually do this, and I don't have to be angry about it. And
No.
Bubba has
Yeah.
had a lot to do with that, and Trader's had a lot to do with that, and Fred has had a lot to do with that. So it's been really, really good. So anyway, I that conversation happened with my boys, and it was a bad timing because I was feeling sick and all that stuff. But anyway, that's where I've been. That's where I've been. And so I appreciate it. And sorry for those of you who are waiting for Star Trek. We're going to get to it now. The audience count has continued to rise,
It's
though.
fine.
It's great.
It's fine.
500 people in the audience wanted to hear how messed up my life is. Divine says, how's Fred? Fred's
You're not
great.
alone, DJ.
Fred is great. As a matter of fact, Fred and I were talking this past week, and he didn't actually realize. I mean, he knew that I was a content creator, but he didn't know what my content was. And this past week, I made mention of something about how he's practically become a cast member, and that we should have him on one night. and he said that he might be willing to do that, but I had to give him my my properties, my brand, because he had never watched any of the content. I'm like, ooh, I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if my therapist should be watching my content. But I did tell him about it. I told him I'd like to invite him on at some point. And he said that he might be willing to do that, and it'd be kind of cool. So, yeah, Fred is my therapist. I've been seeing Fred since February when my marriage started to hit the rocks and all that stuff. So I was with Fred. I started meeting with Fred, and he's been really, really good. Balabom says he does realize you pretend to be a cat. Okay. So that's how this conversation came up. All right. So that's how the conversation came up, Balabom, because we were talking about, like, just the stuff that people do on the internet. And I was like, but you know what? I don't have any room to talk. I don't have any room to talk because, like, I get on the internet and dress up as a cat, and people give me money. And he was like,
That sounds dodgy.
yeah. Then he was like, he said, wait a second. Like, you never told me you dress up like a cat. I'm like, okay, wait, not like that. Like, then I had to explain. Yeah. So he thought I was, like, dressing up in a cat suit. I'm like, no. So it's an avatar thing. So yeah, I had to explain that. And then, there was still, like, a little look of concern or something. So I had to right then and there, I had to give him the link. I'm like, just go look. It's just an avatar. It's fine. It's just
picturing the guy who dresses like a snake.
Yeah, it's just an avatar. Please go check. It's fine. Have I told him about Paws and Balls? I have told him about pawsandballs.com. We're working on that. It's a development thing. So anyway, I know. Wait, does Fred say I have what syndrome? I don't know. He said on my last bill, it said that I'm says that I'm anxious and paranoid and struggling to control my reality due to distress with a spouse. That's the diagnostic code. How many people have, like, get their how many people are interested in reading their diagnostic codes when you go to therapy or something like that? Has anybody done that? Is it just me? Like, I look at the diagnostic codes on my super bill. All right. And because I got to turn them into insurance. So Putz is like, nope, big old bag of nope. I don't do that. I read my diagnostic codes, and that's what it is. Short says, is it better or worse if it just says he's broken? Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I am anxious. I'm depressed. I'm paranoid. And I am struggling to control my reality due to distress with a spouse. Those are my 4 codes that he puts on my things. So
I have a few more.
I'm so sorry for all the coughing. You have a few more, Rip. Is that what you said? Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've all got a couple. Demolition Dude says, so basically you're an average man. Yeah, probably. I kind of feel like that. So does Fred change his rates based off diagnosis? If not, don't bother caring. No, I pay him by the hour. But so anyway, all right. Anyway, how long has it been? We should get into, oh my God, 35 minutes? Sorry, guys. You want to get into the stupid news? All right, cool. Let's do the stupid news. Ladies and gentlemen, live from all across the world. We're going to.
Not 30, 50.
50 what?
Actually,
minutes.
there's actual real
Showtime.
news that has been very stupid. This week.
Showtime
You
has.
started.
No.
The server You started the server sound off when I had 3 hours and 36 minutes left on this scrap. I now have 2 hours and 46 minutes.
You got helps, Bubba Joe, because I'm looking at the show timer, and the show timer says 36 minutes and 44 seconds. Okay?
That is correct.
Thank you. All right, it's time for the stupid news. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get Bubba Joe more actively involved in the show. Live from all across the world, it's time for your stupid news headlines.
Stupid news.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we got in the news. New animated film, Trolls Band Together. Have you guys heard of this one? The Trolls Band Together just went out into theaters this past weekend. It is now open in theaters and features the voices of some of Hollywood's most well-liked, talented, and respected actors, and also Justin Timberlake. Yeah. You know,
Why is that funny?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Me personally, I was also really behind on this. Apparently, Justin Timberlake is like the new bad boy of Hollywood. Like, everybody's mad at him right now. No. So you guys haven't heard about this? I have kind of avoided this news because it's very polarizing. So here, I'll just tell you, this is not a joke. Britney Spears released her new book, right? Britney Spears released a new book. Everybody know about that? Everybody knows that Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake were a thing back in the day, right?
Yep.
Britney Spears claims that Justin Timberlake forced her to get an abortion when they were together. And she didn't want that. And, like, so she details this whole thing in her memoir. And so now, like, Justin Timberlake is, like, just evil, man. Like, everybody's so mad at him over in Hollywood because Britney says that he forced her to terminate a pregnancy. This is a couple of weeks old. So yeah, Brisket, he's going to be laying low for a while, but he already had this movie in development. So that's why I joked about it, like, you know, being respected and well liked, because I know, man, Justin Timberlake was one of the golden boys of Hollywood, and like how easy it is to just flip that around. Now, like, he is a pariah, which is crazy. I know, it's crazy. So Putt says, I wonder if Disney had a part in that. They were still in the Mickey Mouse Club when it happened. Really? So they were teenagers. That happened when they were in the Mickey Mouse Club? Oh my God. The plot thickens. See, I haven't read the book. I just knew about the allegations. So anyway, that's what it is, Bubba Joe. That's what it is. And I've tried really not to get into it because Justin Timberlake's a very popular, well-liked guy, but like he is a pariah now. And Britney, you know, who knows if it's like, listen, who knows if it was actually even real? I mean, see, this is why I don't bring it up, Bubba Joe. You can't not take an allegation seriously, but it's just an allegation, right? Like, so who knows? It's just he said, she said at this point, and everybody's very, very mad. And this is why I don't like to talk about it. That's why I never brought it up, because very dangerous territory. Very dangerous territory. So yeah. Anyway, there you go. So see, I should have not read that joke. But I did have a follow-up. I know, I didn't mean to, but I do have a follow-up on it. I was going to say, of course, community, you don't actually have to go to the movie theater to see Trolls if you really wanted to. All you have to do is log into STFC's official Discord. Boom! All right. In other Star Trek Fleet Command related news, Emperor Echo came out this week and promised a comp chest coming this week for the large number of issues that we've had this month with the launch of the Ark and G6. Players aren't actually expecting that much, Bubba Joe. But one can hope that Dolly Parton might be involved in determining the chest size.
Is the chest going to be working 9 to 5?
I was talking about the album. Dolly Parton just put out a new album, and it's over 2 hours long. That's obviously all I was talking about. It's impressively large. All right. Obviously, clearly what I was referring to. I have to credit a community member. You know, a lot of people send me stupid news, Bubba Joe. This is probably one of the best ones I've ever gotten. Thank you, Tycon. Got you, buddy. Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce are reportedly having their parents meet this coming Monday night's Eagles versus Chiefs game. Yes. So Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift are introducing their parents at this Monday night's NFL football game. These updates, Bubba Joe, are absolutely getting ridiculously annoying, but it could be worse. It could be worse. What if I told you that Hollywood is producing yet another Meet the Parents sequel? I ain't confirming nothing. I'm just saying it could be happening. OnlyFans model Danny Banks says she was thrown out of the Raiders-Jets game after flashing the audience this past week, Bubba Joe. But the game was in Vegas, so I'm not sure what she did is not possibly the least offensive thing that you would see there on most average days. There is no doubt, though. There's no doubt that it's uncalled for. I agree. However, if you actually watched the Raiders-Jets game, then you'd understand that what she was doing was probably actually way more entertaining for the fans anyway. So, me personally, I want to say thank you, Danny Banks, for making it somewhat interesting. Appreciate that. The new Florida venue for Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy's Golf League, Bubba Joe, suffered a partial roof collapse during a power outage this past week. This is actually incredible because the roof collapsed faster than the Golf League is going to end up collapsing. Like, everybody thought it was going to be the other way around, but it was actually the roof that fired first. There you go. Finally, this is what I've got. Aldi, the Aldi grocery chain. You guys know Aldi? There's not one in my area, but I have shopped at Aldi before.
I am aware of Aldi.
Yeah, like I've shopped at Aldi before. You got to put like a quarter in then to get a shopping cart out or something.
It is German.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, get this, all right? Aldi is opening the United Kingdom's first ever bottomless pigs in a blanket restaurant this coming spring. And you know things are bad when Americans are jealous that their hometown doesn't have one, all right? I'm just saying. That is bad news for the UK. If the Americans want it, the UK doesn't. Okay, I'm just throwing that out there. It is truly the ultimate experience for pig in a blanket enthusiasts, which is a much nicer way of saying people who make questionable life choices. Oh my God, Bubba, this news keeps going. Why? Jerry
That
O'Connor.
sounds like you've never had a pig in a blanket.
I mean, it just keeps going. Why is there so much news? Jerry O'Connell and Rebecca Romijn say that they have no interest in reading John Stamos' memoir, which means these two finally have something in common with the general public. Yeah. During an interview, Romain. Oh wait, it's Romain. Is it Romain? It's spelled Romjin. That's Romain.
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, Rebecca Romain. Actually, that name sounds a lot more familiar now. Now I know who that is. Ramjin. Ramjin. I'm reading it like an American. All right, anyway. During an interview, Jerry O'Connell referred to Stamos' admission that he felt emasculated during his time with Rebecca Romain. O'Connell got a good laugh at that and was like, yeah, John, it's called marriage. All right. All right. Oh, God, that was the news that just never stopped, Bubba Joe. It just kept on and kept on and kept on. Ladies and gentlemen, live from all across the world. What?
It doesn't top the stupid news that happened in tech on the weekend, though.
The stupid news that happened in tech? Do you have
Yeah.
a stupid news story for us? Give us one.
Okay, so many people probably have heard of OpenAI,
Yes.
ChatGPT.
Oh yeah,
So
didn't.
on Friday,
Yeah.
Friday, the OpenAI board fired their CEO
Yeah.
with the reasoning he was not consistently candid in his communications. On a Saturday, they were meeting with him, trying to get him back. And there was a deadline of, if the entire board doesn't resign until 5 p.m., the negotiations are over.
Oh
With
snap.
threats of basically every important staffer at OpenAI to quit by that deadline as well.
Yeah. So,
Apparently,
but
they are now negotiating again today for the last and final time. But the president also quit.
yeah, the
when
president quit.
Sam Altman was fired.
Yeah. So the
And they
president was.
lost most of their key researchers. So yay.
So what? Tell me what's actually going on then. What does that mean? Like, what is OpenAI? Are they the ones?
That's kind of the leading AI company.
Oh, did they write
building-
ChatGPT?
Yes.
So what happens if they don't get this thing together? Are they just going out of it? Are they out of business?
Most likely, Sam Altman, the ex-CEO, then will just take the most important staffers from OpenAI and create a new company.
I kind of
And then
figured.
OpenAI dies.
Yeah. Oh well, there you go.
I don't know,
OpenAI.
if
Way
this
to
was
be.
a movie,
It is
wouldn't
quite
this be
funny.
the
On
part
Friday,
that's a
you fire your
precursor?
CEO because not consistently candid in his communications, and the next day be like, actually, we kind of want you back. Let's talk.
I am kind of curious what actually was going on with that. So, Spectre
that
says
was a movie.
struggles.
Microsoft loses
What?
billions and billions of dollars if OpenAI dies. Really? Does Microsoft use OpenAI?
They have a agreement.
Isn't this
But
the
yeah,
part
this
where
is-
the
this is
AI
kinda
takes
kind of
over
the-
secretly?
Yeah. What? Yeah. Karkun's onto something here. What if the AI says no?
Like the AI has maneuvered everything in this. He's got the president to quit. The thing now he's just secretly taking over with a pre-named human
Oh my
avatar. He's
God.
taken over.
What if that's real? Ripper, what if the AI has orchestrated this whole thing?
Imagine.
Oh my God!
He probably used the AI to write the communications, and that's why the communications were so bad.
That's hilarious. I love it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're still not done with the stupid news. An hour into the show, Bubba Joe, what do you got for us in the world of sports? Oh man,
Cleveland Browns have lost franchise quarterback Deshaun Watson for the rest of the 2023 season after he suffered a serious shoulder injury. Did you hear about this, DJ?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
Nothing.
Well, unfortunately,
Been
this type
dead
of
in bed
injury
for the
is-
last week.
Unfortunately, this isn't the type of shoulder damage that can be simply massaged out.
I get it. I get that one. I get that one. That's nice. All right.
The Browns will not have Deshaun for the rest of this year, even though they're going to continue to pay them. They're stupid. Which means their quarterback stats should improve dramatically.
Ah, there you go. Yes. Very good. Very good.
They did today because they beat the Steelers.
Oh, good. That's good. All right, there you go. Foosball. Bubba Joe, you got anything else for us?
I do. In the world of baseball,
Oh.
the owner of the Oakland Athletics met with the protesting fans who want the team to stay in the Bay Area. After the meeting with three guys, he asked them where they were during the season because they really could have used their support in the state.
Yeah, right. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Bubba Joe. And that's sports. All right. Oh, Bubba Joe, what's up, man? Actually, it's been really cool just to kind of hang out with you guys for a little bit. It's been over a week since we've done any kind of content, so it was nice just kind of come in and chat with you guys a little bit. I appreciate that. For those of you waiting for the Star Trek Fleet Command content, we are now 51 minutes in, so you can just put a little timestamp on that, that we actually begin the podcast at 51 minutes. Welcome in, everybody. This is Talking Trek, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. Appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you so very, very much. So, Bubba Joe, listen, I've missed so much this week. I do know, and I see, yes, it was Rebecca Romaine. Sorry, I didn't read the name right. Catch up. Type faster. Anyway, Bubba Joe, despite the fact that I was on my deathbed, despite the fact that I was on my deathbed this past week, I did try to keep up with my meetings and try to keep up with the things happening in the community. You will be pleased to know that I officially escalated finally. And by the way, this wasn't on the top of my priority list because I felt like there was a lot of other stuff going on, Bubba Joe, but I did finally escalate the Venom spike research, not applying to all ships. I did escalate that this week. So I'm going to try to get that. I'm going to try to follow up on that and get that taken care of for you guys. I also had many conversations, lots of conversations about the auction that we got going on right now. Now, let me just tell you what I know. Okay, I'll tell you what I know. I'll tell you the conversations that we had because, I even saw this from Medic a little bit ago. Oh boy, can't wait to hear DJz tell us how everything is better now, how it's supposed to be. Not quite, Medic, but it is better than what it was. All right. Cruzito says Venom Spike was a high priority. No, I didn't think it was a high priority. That's why I didn't like it. I didn't think it was a high priority, so I kind of shifted it down, and I just now escalated that ticket this week because I haven't been fighting that up to this point because I didn't think it was a high priority. I mean, I will try to get it fixed, okay, because obviously we'd like for it to be fixed, but I don't think it was a massive thing, okay? That being said, one thing that you guys were absolutely going crazy about were the points reductions. Now, I was in the doghouse last week, Bubba Joe. A lot of people came at me, said it sounds an awful lot like you're trying to defend what they're doing, and it wasn't about that. It was everything that I shared with you was what they were doing. You guys maybe forget. Maybe I get too emotional on this show sometimes. You guys forget that I used to just explain things. I used to be that objective bridge. I would communicate with you guys what they were doing, whether you liked it or not. It wasn't, and sometimes I would say it was good, sometimes I would say it was bad. In this particular case, I didn't say anything good or bad. As a matter of fact, I said you guys are right in the way you feel, but let's be careful. Let's communicate properly. What are the real problems? It's not just the points were devalued. And by the way, I still fundamentally disagree with the verbiage of a nerf, all right? Because the materials do the same thing that they always have, okay? They do the same thing that they always have. What they did was just change the scoring in an event. The problem with that was the way that they did it. If we're just trying to recap here a little bit, the problem that they did it was that they were wanting you guys, no, the materials were not devalued, guys, okay? Let's be fair. The materials were not devalued. What changed was how much weight they carry in the auctions, okay? And that doesn't devalue the materials. Your materials can still go and buy whatever they are going to buy, okay? They're still going to go do the research. They're still going to do the ship parts and the buildings and all that stuff, okay? They're going to do that. But they changed the priority of those with the purposes of sourcing your officers. All right, so you got two different issues going on here. They didn't nerf or devalue materials, okay? But they certainly changed the priority of those materials when it comes to the auction, right? So the value that they carry in the auction has gone down if you are working with your previous generation of materials. Now, the reason that I say previous generation, G3 got lowered, right? True. G4 got lowered. Yes, true. Okay? And no, Medic, that's not semantics. All right? That's not, well, yeah, they devalued their effectiveness in material spend events. That's not the same as they nerfed my materials. Okay? But Iron Chef is right. They also took those G3 and G4 milestones and the G5 milestones and re-examined the points weight as it compared to the milestone, which is why they told me that they weren't going to change it this month. And I told you guys they weren't going to change it this month because it was a very complicated mathematical equation because it wasn't just one-sided. If they change the points, then they're going to have to change the milestones as well. All right? However, Medic, I never said the 33 to 34 milestones were going to be adjusted. As a matter of fact, I told you exactly why they weren't going to be adjusted, because right now are what they are supposed to be. All right? You did not have the correct milestones in the previous months. But whatever, it doesn't matter. This is what it's going to be. Okay? That amount of effort. Now, fortunately, we did continue to kind of ring that bell. Okay, we did kind of continue to ring that bell. We continue to have those conversations. I do want to shout out this month's Arc Runner, who spent a great deal of time chatting with me about it and trying to come up with ways that we could potentially fix this and ways that we could potentially minimize the amount of work so that we could do something sooner. Okay, so here's what we were able to come up with. Right now, a not as drastic increase of the G3 and G4 parts weight. All right. The milestones did not change, but they will. That will probably be a future month thing, probably next month or maybe even the month after, because they had actually worked on this math for quite some time. And, you know, this is part of my frustration is that, you know, when it actually went live, like, why did we not realize that Ops 42 can't spend Epic? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did we not realize that an Ops 49 can't spend G5 Uncommon, right? So I'm not exactly sure why it took so long to come back around to that. But the good news is they're willing to talk to us about it. And they took some changes this month. They're going to continue making these changes. Now, what we're going to expect to see, are the following. All right. One, we got the adjusted weight for the G3 and G4 points. It is a slight recovery. It's not great. Okay. It's not great. Well, it's good. It's good. It's not perfect. Okay. They can't fix everything with just that. Okay. Omicron says it's terrible. Well, it's better than it was last week, dude. It's better than it was last week. All right. And for the record, it's not going back. Oh, yeah, Omicron, it is less terrible than it was last week. There's no argument.
Yeah, that's the definition of less terrible.
Yeah, that it doesn't make it any more sorry. All right. However, when we were discussing a points reversion, just going back, I was told that absolutely wasn't going to happen. And so if that is being told to me, then my job becomes more complicated, right? As your liaison, as your representative to the community, my job then becomes, all right, if this is the mandate that they are giving, then how do I work within it, right, Bubba Joe? Like, we've talked about this many, many times. If they give me parameters for something, these are our hard lines. Now, you got to work inside the lines. Well, then, okay, I got to work inside the lines, all right? So the points are not going to be reverted back to what they were before this month. Okay. So now I am working with them to try to come up with a mathematical balance. They increased the points weight on G3 and G4, which I do appreciate. I also have been making very, very meaningful, I don't even want to say negotiations, but discussions with them about what these milestones should be. To the point even, Bubba, you remember how we were talking last week and we said, well, everybody has one event, which is why the points scoring all has to be the same, right? Like at G3 for a G3 player can't be weighted more than it is for a G5 player because it's the same event. So the scoring mechanics have to be the same. We all agree on that? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. So one of the things that we had talked about was that even though it's never been done, we did also discuss about finally actually breaking out these events so that the generations could actually be scaled in a proper way. Okay? So, yeah, not the milestones, guys, but the scoring metrics. Like a G3 material equals 60 points, for example. So we had talked about actually breaking this out, which, by the way, is more work. It's a lot more work. Okay? But we are working on maybe possibly finding a way in which that works. All right. Another thing that I can tell you that will happen next month is that 60 plus will be broken out of the G5 brackets. Woo!
I will believe it when it happens.
I was really, really shocked that it didn't happen this month, to be honest with you, Bubba Joe. Their reasoning was they didn't know how many people were going to jump into G6. And the same reason that G5 has been a big bracket for a long time is because of population, is what they say. Okay. So they didn't want to launch an auction where there were only 3 or 4 players that were in G6 on a server. All right. And I get that. Bubba Joe, what do the WTF numbers say about 60 plus right now? How many are there? Does anybody actually count?
I have not looked, but my guess is it's north of 500.
Now, if we've got 100 servers, well,
we only have 100 servers.
100 servers that are ascended to G6. Probably a little less, actually. But, I mean, that's still only 5 to 7 players, which is actually why I'm a little bit worried, Bubba Joe. I'm a little worried that isn't going to happen. What are they going to do? Do an auction for like a top 1 through 3? Let's talk about that for a second for G6 players. I get why G5's
all G6 and have all G6 in the universe compete like a cross server, multi cross server.
That's not going to make people happy either. Here's the thing. I genuinely feel like there is kind of a no-win scenario for Scopely in this regard. So I would like to take a couple of minutes and talk about it just for a minute. What is the proper solution here? Because if you've got 4 or 5 players per server that are playing there, then it's hard to give them their own solo leaderboard bracket. On the other hand, if you have G5s going up against G6, where the point differential is as large as it is, because let's look at what it is, guys. It's huge. I'm pulling up the auction scoring now, Bubba Joe. So here we go. So materials. If I've got a G5 uncommon at 100 points and even a G5 rare at 400 points, is that appropriate given the economy scale of reduction? And by the way, this is important for us to discuss, Bubba Joe, because I have been kind of sitting out, so I don't know. All right. But is this scale of reduction appropriate? Are your materials reduced in economy needs by 1,500%? Because that's the scoring multiplier you've got is 15x.
I can't really answer that, DJ.
I know.
I haven't spent anything but G6 this auction.
Well, okay. So let me rephrase. To do a building, how many G6 materials are we talking? Like one building?
One building, anywhere for after all the reductions, anywhere from 2,000 to 6,000 at up 62.
Okay. So that right there proves my point. The volume of materials that G6 needs are not vastly lower. Well, that's hard to say. They kind of are, aren't they? For buildings. I don't think it's 15 times, though. The problem is this. G5 can't compete with G6. Okay?
Correct.
You can't. All right? It's always been that mega whale kind of conversation. Like in auction, this is why I don't like to count on auctions, guys. I have never liked to count on leaderboards because you're always going to be outspent in some form or fashion. All right? There's very few leaderboards that are truly grind, that are truly engagement. This is a spender's leaderboard. Always has been, always will be. So it's tough for G5 to feel good, right? It's tough for G5 to feel good about going up against someone like Bubba Joe. All right? If Bubba Joe, let's say he's going to spend 5,000. 5,000, is that an average number, Bubba? You want to go 4,000? You tell me. Just give me a number.
So the average building at 61 was 2,000.
Okay.
And the average building at 62 was like 5.
So let's go 4,000 just in case somebody did like a big push. All right. For materials. No, guys, materials. So 4,000 materials, but on a G6 uncommon scaling, that is 6 million points in and of itself. Okay. Now, you take the milestone out of it, Bubba, because I'm sure your milestone is pretty big, right? What is your milestone? 40 million?
Well,
50 million?
My milestone was 34.6 million.
Okay, fair enough. So that's a pretty good sized milestone. My milestone's only 18, so he's almost double mine, and I'm 56. So 6 million points comes from one building. Now, if we divide that down by the number of G5 uncommon, guys, tell me what buildings actually cost 60,000 uncommon materials. Now, granted, they're more than 5,000, admittedly. Okay? I did a building today, I think that was 24,000 uncommon. All right? My point is,
who do you want to compare against? Are you just taking kind of a middle of the ground 50, or are you looking at someone who's in that 58 range?
well, we could. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm 56, and I'm having to compete with you, Bubba. All right?
I understand
A
that.
58 would have to compete with you as well. All right? My point is that the points weight in this, I believe, is still too heavy if you're wanting it to be equal to G6. All right. For example, let me show you this screenshot courtesy of Canine Tooth. Canine Tooth has 400 million points, and he has done it all with G6. And he even says that hasn't been an absolute ton. Like, he's spent, okay, but he's like, it looks bigger than what it is. Short says, wow, I'm an Ops 54, and now I got to compete with that. That's the point. They have missed the mark when it comes to this point scaling, even in G5, much less G3 and G4. Now, G3 and G4 don't compete with G5. The problem we're specifically talking about here is the fact that G5 and G6 are in the same bracket. There is no competition. Okay? There is no competition. Look here. Look at this one now. Theep, 716 million points. Okay? 716 million points. 115's in second place. That is right here making Ops 53 in the same bracket as this new Ops 65. Okay? Now, Andrews brings up a good point. Ops 60 haven't felt good about auctions for a long time because there's not been the potential to score. He says, I don't really feel bad for Ops 59. However, for Ops 58 and down, it probably really blows. And you know what? We've talked about that before, Bubba Joe. There is always the first grader on the playground problem, right? Everybody is going to be at the bottom of a bracket at some point or another. If you go into G5, if you're going into G4, even down in G3s, you know, you go from Ops 34, where you're the big dog, go to Ops 35, you're the small dog again. You know what I'm saying? Go to 37, you're the small dog again. So it's really, there's always going to be a little kid on the playground. There's always going to be the first graders out there that the fifth graders are going to pick on. That's always going to happen. But this one is a really, really big one. So G5 and G6, they claim, will be separated next month. I am kind of in Bubba Joe's corner. I don't know if they actually can. So what's the solution, Bubba?
Sure they can.
And do what? Give you guys a top 3 solo leaderboard?
No, top 15.
That it will never happen.
Sure it will, because they don't want to code a different number of slots.
Maybe, but I mean, dude, you realize that if you have a leaderboard that deep, I could spend one material and place.
Yep. And you know what that's called? That's called thank you for helping us make our numbers in November.
Okay, that's fair. That's called whale perks. It's called winning. Anders.
Aren't there servers that have that right now? Like server whatever. I don't. That are just so low pop that in certain brackets, they just have access to whatever. Isn't that still a thing?
Well, maybe so. I don't necessarily disagree. Actually, the chat says that they actually really like that idea. Anders agrees with that. Cruzito says they could do that right now. So, but now let me ask. The fact that we're all good with it, which is great. I mean, I'm not going to say take the rewards down, but Bubba, I mean, do you actually think they're going to do that? They're not going to do that.
Because that's what they did when they finally split off G5 from G4. Is you'd have servers that would have 4 players that were in G5, and the auction would have 4 players on it. Now, it lasts for a month or 2 months, and then, more and more players get in there, and then it gets to be a competitive leaderboard again. But that's how it's always been.
Yeah.
Doesn't that actually drive more people forward? If they're hearing like, oh, you're just making that leaderboard with no effort, I'll get up there too. And then everybody gets up there, and suddenly it's like, oh, the room's full again.
Okay. Well, then that's what we got to take back to them, Bubba, because they say they're going to do that, but I'm worried. I'm worried about that.
That does sell packs exactly for the reason that Karkun said, is that people are like, oh, well, I'm only X number of packs from being able to be in that leaderboard, and then I can kind of cruise in for a while and hang out at 60 or 61 or wherever that threshold is.
Okay.
So,
all right, I'm good with that. That's great. I would struggle. That's not the right word. I have doubts as to whether or not Scopely is going to be like full on board with that. But I hope that they do.
I don't think it's going to happen next month. I think it's not going to be something we see until the new year.
Okay. Why? Specific reason or?
Because there were more people that were into G5
faster
when G5 launched within that first month than there are people into G6 right now. And it still took them a couple of months to start that new bracket. And that made life miserable for all the G4s for a bunch of months.
Yeah.
And eventually they decided to do something about it. So I don't think it's going to happen next month, regardless of whoever has indicated that it is.
Okay.
I think it's going to be next year. I would love for it to be next month. I would love for it to be January, but I'm not going to hold my breath for that, which is going to make...
maybe the one lesson they learned from last time was do it quicker.
Well, maybe they did indicate to me that was going to happen next month, but I kind of felt like the numbers didn't support it. But I hope that they follow through with that. So that's going to come. Regarding the points,
if you build it, they will come.
Yeah, that's the thing. Regarding the points with the solo milestones, we have made a very, very good case. And I see the chat is still hung up on this, but I did want to kind of bring that information and kind of share that information forward for the G5s a little bit. That being said, regarding the solo milestone, yes, this change made it more completable, especially because they didn't change the actual milestones. So you got to remember, your milestones are still the reduced version as compared to what they were last month, but the points did get a small boost. And I do say small. I don't mean that it's good enough yet. I still think there's more work to be done there, Bubba Joe, but I think it was a good gesture and it was a good move in the right direction for this week because, like I said, there is a significant more amount of work that needs to be done in order for the proper milestones to be floated out there and in the right way. All right, as far as the math that they want to go with. There was something else I'm trying to think of, Bubba Joe, that they were talking to me about regarding this materials thing. Oh. So I remember.
I'm still of the mind.
Go ahead.
I'm still of the mind that nothing really changed. Like they changed both sides of the equation for the uncommon to be,
Well, here's the thing. If you're a G4 player, and you're right. If you're a G4 player spending G4, then you're right, Karkun, it didn't change. Here's where everybody got very, very fussy, Bubba Joe. Everybody got it very, very, almost, not quite, Karkun. Let's say you're a G4 player that gets rare materials in your packs, but you're not able to spend the rares yet. That was a problem for some G4 players, okay? Because the points for rare and even epic materials were counted into your equation, but you may not have the ability to spend them. So that was a problem, okay? The other problem was one that I do have a little bit less sympathy for, but a lot of people out there, Cruzito is agreeing with me. If you are spending backwards generation, you should get less points. I don't necessarily disagree with that. Scopely did come out and say, hey, listen, we want to further incentivize current generational spends. So, for example, I should be getting most points for G5 and less points for G4 and G3. Just like a G4 player should be getting less points for G3, and they are. The only problem that G4 had, and this is why I was saying, you guys were really misunderstanding the problem. The problem that G3 had doesn't really exist. A little bit, but not really. G4 had the problem of not being able to spend everything that came in their packs. They couldn't, right? They couldn't spend the rares. They can't spend the epics. They literally couldn't spend enough uncommon to make up for the point weight differential. Okay? So that was the problem with G4.
The requirements dropped the same for the uncommon. Like,
well, no.
So if you weren't able to spend the rare or epic anyway, then you were relying on the uncommon. So all your points valuation was that, which was the thing that changed.
Right, but the milestones didn't reduce low enough to just take into account the uncommon. They
I thought they were both changed about 3.3.
Not quite. Like, not quite. Not for all brackets. Now, what's your ops level, Karkun?
42.
Do you look in your building pack? Do you have rare or epic materials? You probably do. You have rare materials?
I'm worried about packs.
What?
I'm just talking about with what I've saved. Like, I'm not.
No, listen. That doesn't matter at all.
What I'm able to spend.
Your milestone.
I do not believe at 42 you get rare materials in the pack.
So that's why Karkun feels good about this. If he doesn't get rares, then his point reduction would have been equilateral. At 43, at 44, this is the problem.
DJ, at 42, I've been looking at the station packs. We get rare G4 and epic G4.
Wow. Okay, so that's new.
Well, that's the problem.
But the points, the amount that it took me to finish my event, which changed pretty much to match what the drop was. Like, my new number is about 3.3 off. Like, if we were to do it before, what was the last?
I mean, chances are, like, now maybe not today, maybe not today, Karkun, but last weekend, you would have had to have spent a significantly higher amount of uncommons than you would have the month before, because the milestones are based off of the contents of your pack. Okay, the milestone, your point objectives, are based on this new weighted point total multiplied by what comes in a pack. So
but those numbers were the same last time, like what the requirement, weren't they still based off of what was in the pack last month?
They were, but because they changed, Karkun, the point value for uncommon, for example, all right, to be weighted so much less than what the rare, listen, used to be for G4, it was 100 for uncommon and 150 for rare, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
and the total milestone was in and around. What was the total milestone for the heroic milestone for my option? I think it was like 25 million. And now it's 7.2.
No, it was 14.8, I do believe.
14.8.
No, it was up in the 20s.
That was for the step 8, but we are going back to the fourth step.
Yeah, you also have to look at a 4th step here, Karkun. We're looking at half of an epic unlock. So not a full epic unlock. And see, that's another thing that admittedly the community is getting a little bit tipsy-turvy on, Bubba Joe, because they're also comparing, quarter milestones to half milestones to full milestones, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Long story short, Karkun, you still are spending more uncommons this time because of the reduction in their point value. Now, for you, it might not have been as bad. Maybe you're not getting a bunch of rares in your packs, but it still equals more uncommon. Now, that being said, there's still more work to be done on this, and they're willing to do that with me, and I appreciate that. This Even though they told me it wasn't going to change this month, we continued to push. We continued to push, and they at least came out here and doubled the points on the G3 and doubled the points on the G4. It's still not quite good enough, but it is a Band-Aid. It's a step in the right direction, okay? So, but there is their strategy or their push here, Bubba Joe, in which I did claim to you the first weekend we saw was that they are wanting to push current generational spend. They want you to get more weight actually progressing at your tier versus going back and doing old pointless stuff. All right? See, Lady Unileska says that this is kind of the thing. For me to finish this right now, I have to spend materials on garbage. That's actually what they're trying to de-incentivize for you. They're wanting you to spend the materials, far less of those materials, on your current generation.
Well, but I think what Unileska is saying is that a majority of the research through the G4 tree is garbage. And so they're forcing...
Is it garbage for a G4 player?
No, it was garbage. It was garbage when it was introduced, and it's been only devalued since then.
Well, which tree are you talking about? Galaxy?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't disagree. All right, that was a bad tree. It was a bad tree.
All of them. The G4 research they introduced was largely garbage when it was introduced. And anything that's had any additional research added onto it makes that research even worse. Less valuable.
You know, I think I remember us talking about this, Bubba Joe. The reason that I didn't think that right off the bat is because that's how I was doing my auctions. That's how I've been doing all my heroic milestones, is dumping old, worthless G4 materials into old, worthless researches. That's what I was doing. That's what everybody's been doing. And Scopely recognized that. They recognized it. They said, we don't want huge stockpiles to be a player in these auctions when we're talking about going back and picking up on garbage stuff. Okay? Yes, Maxenheimer, they recognize that there's catch-up mechanics, right? And they want current generational. Dragon Keeper says I used to dump G3 and G4 because I didn't have enough G5 to do the event. That's the point. That's the point, Dragon Keeper. They didn't want people dumping old stuff, so they incentivized your current generation. Now, the current generation of stuff is also the hardest to get, right, Bubba Joe? It's the most valuable at your current level. So,
True.
Indirectly, what does that also promote?
Advancement?
Spending.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. If your current progression, if your current generation is the hardest material to get, and they lower the point values on your older stashes, then I believe their hope is that you will spend on the new stuff. Certainly says, in fact, I'll probably get frustrated and spend less. Some people are agreeing with you. So Peter says some people leave the game because of that. All right. Pack dilution becomes a larger problem, says Spectre, which, by the way, is a problem in and of itself. If Karkun is getting rare and epic G4 materials at Ops 42, is that fair for those points to be calculated in his milestone? It's not, actually. It's
DJ,
not.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Putz.
So I understand what they wanted to do and what they're trying to do, but how did they come up with the goal when their solution was, let's just make this one scorecard for everyone, right? Like there's no way they're going to ever accomplish this unless they make it a dynamic scoring for
Agreed.
each generation.
I personally agree with you there. All right, which is a lot of the conversation that we've had this week. How do you do it unless you either create different events or you go in to each ops level and write a new formula not based on what's in their packs, but based on what they're actually able to spend. You see what I'm saying? Like for Karkun to be getting rare and epic G4 in his pack, it's not possible for him to spend the epic. So that means for his ops level, the epic have to be removed from the points equation, even though it's in the pack.
Yeah, just for I did the math, and the amount of epics in G4 for our packet Ops 42 is about 1.7 million points per pack at the current scoring. So, and that's not even including the rares. The rares are something like 2.5 million in the pack.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Okay. That's the thing. And it's not that I'm just starting to see it, Sanzo. I recognized this as a problem before you guys did. You guys were just saying, they nerfed my points. All right. And I'm trying to tell you objectively why they changed the math on it. But there was a secondary problem. The secondary problem is, what is the capability? I personally, for a G4 player, even a G5, let me go to G5. For a G5 player, I have less of an issue with G4 parts being reduced in points, because I do believe that my push should be current progression. Okay? I am not as angry about that. Does that mean I have to spend on G5 parts? Well, that is indeed the point, right? It's an auction. It's a moneymaker for them. It always has been. They're trying to push monetization. I am okay getting a point reward for spending in my current generation. Now, unless I'm competing against G6. But again, I'm not looking at the leaderboard. I'm looking at the milestone. In fairness, Crusader, I'm looking at the milestone. Because we already outlined how the G6 point scoring was already wrong anyway. All right? So at G4, a G4 player who is struggling to spend their materials for parts, for example, that's kind of the predicament they want you in, right? Are you going to push your spending to finish the milestone based on parts or materials or whatever it is that you need in G4? And they're going to remove, or effectively remove, or at least very much enlarge the G3 spending that you would have to do. Now, the good news is, for a G4 player, because your uncommon is only 20 points off from a G3 uncommon, you could still do this with G3, scrapping ships or other things like that. The problem is that you get into this part here now, where a G4 rare is worth 2.5 times the points, and a G4 epic is worth 8 times the points, 7 times the points, more than that, 7.5 times. And because you're getting all that stuff in your packs, it right there, for every material, for every epic material that comes in your pack, you got to spend 8 uncommons, right? And that's in the G4 economy. For every G4 epic that's in your pack, you'd have to spend 10 G3 uncommons. And that's a big shift. All right? One would argue, correctly, they're going to have to spend far, far more uncommons than they traditionally used to in order to complete the milestone. And there are some scenarios where I believe that is okay. Okay? Honestly. For G4, for low G4, to not be incentivized to spend G3, I'm actually cool with that. For G5 to not be incentivized spending G4, I'm cool with that. But current generational progress can't be. I mean, if that's the goal that they're going to use, then they can't screw you based on the points that come in the points that come in the packs, if you can't actually spend those packs.
Which is a point we've been talking about for the better part of 4 years, DJ.
Yeah. Now,
what they need to have is 1 auction per level. Maybe 2. But that's it. You have to do that. Otherwise, then what's the point?
Well, with the leaderboard, I'm not as concerned with the leaderboard part of it. All right. It just is what it is. I mean, obviously it needs to be corrected, but they haven't done that in 5 years. I'm looking at the SMS, and yes, I don't necessarily disagree that the SMSs need to be very tightly controlled, but they already are.
Okay, so
that's not good enough.
I'll concede that point. The leaderboard ends up being what it is, but the SMSs do need to be like
they already are.
An SMS per ops or possibly 2.
They already are.
They're not.
Yes. Yeah, they sure are, bud. From G4 up. Now, G3, I think, still comes in pairs or maybe groups of 3. But no, from G4 up, it's pretty much every one. Let's take a look at STFC.space. And we'll take a look, and we have to click weird buttons here because this thing never works right. Here we go. Let's pull up this on STFC.space. So, not brute force. Here we go. Heroic solo milestone. Bubba Joe, let's go all the way down. 70, 69, 68, 67, 66, all the way down through 39 are individually programmed brackets. 39 plus in the game has a different solo milestone objective for every ops level. So that's already being done. Okay? Then down in the 30s, you got 37 to 38, 35 to 36, 33 to 34. The biggest gap there is 20 to 25 and 26 to 32. So that's already being done. The problem here, Bubba, is kind of what I've been beating on this drum for the last 20 minutes is they have to go in and look at Ops 42, for example, and look at what's in their pack as to what they are even capable of spending. If an Ops 42 can't spend rare, can an Ops 42 even spend rare?
The only thing an Ops 42 probably can spend rare on is a jellyfish.
Probably.
Eldor. Amalgam.
Okay, so a couple. What about them epics?
Maybe the Void of War once it gets bigger. No epics, no. I haven't. Maybe some primes.
Is your Valdor
maybe?
Is your Valdor tier 10? Is your Valdor tier 10 there, Karkun?
Not for epics, no.
Where do you start spending rares on a Valdor? Tier 6?
Tier 5 or 6, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm in rare. I'm into the rare, and I'm on tier 7.
Is it expected that an Ops 42 have a tier 6? Tier 6 uncommon?
Thank you, Freudian.
February, guys. February, okay? Anyway, is it expected that giggity? Is it expected that an Ops 42 have a tier 6 uncommon? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think so. The point that I'm trying to make here, guys, is that just the capability of spend. That's what it comes down to for me. Okay? That's what it comes down to for me. And the only way to do that, Bubba, is to manually review what's in these packs. Manually review what's in the packs and what can be scored on at that ops level. That's the point. And half of what's in Karkun's pack, he can't spend. So is the pack the right way to set a milestone? Here's another thing. We have talked about the ever-expanding capabilities in this game. The capabilities in this game becoming stronger with damage output, becoming stronger with hull strength and shield strength. And would you not agree, Bubba, you even said this, you brought this up on a previous show, that players can hit a lot higher than what they used to be able to do.
Correct.
For example, I don't remember what. Oh, I remember what it was. Here, let me pull up a battle log here. I'm going to put this in the graphics room because this blew my mind. I was doing this with my team earlier today, Bubba Joe. This was this morning. I needed to run an Armada for my ticketed event. So I just ran an epic. I ran an epic, and I was running low on that Cardassian loot stuff. So I did the biggest epic that you could in Cardassian space. I think it's a level 50. Is that right?
What event let you run an Armada?
My ticketed event from yesterday. I did it this morning. I didn't do it yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. So the one that ended today at noon Eastern, I had to do an Armada. It's the one for helps. I do mine with Armadas. I know a lot of people do them with helps or donations. I did it. I usually do those with Armadas. So here we go. I can hold 6 people. All right, and I've got 5 in this Armada. I also, I'm going to put this in a battle log so everybody, or in the graphics room so everybody can see it. I, by the way, did bring my brand new ship. I did build a Sanctus, which is how I did this solo milestone. All right. I didn't have to do any G4 on this one, although I did. I'll explain why here in a little bit. Treasury parts. Had to spend them all. Anyway, so I did build a Sanctus. Actually, you guys saw I built the Sanctus this past week, but I started tearing it up. All right. And I did that for this weekend's auction. So anyway, I decide that I need the Cardassian stuff, and I run the biggest Cardassian epic in the game. It's an Ops 50 epic. Okay. I remember when these punched really hard, Bubba Joe. But today, I went up there and started one. It lasted 1 round. We were down 1 player. We only had 5 out of the 6 slots. And
you're talking about solo or Cardassian?
Cardassian.
That's 50 is the highest level.
That's what I said.
You said, okay. I heard you say 58.
Oh, I don't think I said 58.
My bad.
Okay,
No,
sorry if I did. Continue. Yeah, a level 50 epic Armada where 5 out of 6 players showed up. The battle lasted 1 round. The Armada actually got off 1 shot. This isn't the right one. Hang on. Is that the right one? Anyway, the thing that drew my attention to it, Bubba, got off 2 shots. The thing that drew my attention to it is that after I was done with that Armada, I came home and had no repair. I was like, wait a second, how was I even in an Armada if I had no damage? I had to go back and look to make sure that the Armada actually went off. So here we were, down 1 player. It lasted 1 round, and it only threw 2 shots. 2 shots. So that got me thinking. And yes, we had a G5 epic in it. Heck, I've got a G4 rare. Okay, I get that. But guys, there were days that these Armadas, guys, even for G5 players, these were games, these were targets that were doing significant amounts of damage. You guys not remember? This would, for example, defeat an Armada that was using all G5 uncommons. This target would win. You got a Dragon Keeper. That was before new crew, new research, Cascade, Isolytic. That's right. We used to need Troy. Guys, you're all right in the chat. It's not just the size of the ship. It's what's behind the ship. The damage. The hull strength. The shield. The mitigation. The Isolytic. All this stuff. That's right, Vic. Go back further. Separatist bosses used to actually be real bosses. It's not the way anymore. It's not the way anymore. So we start looking at, for example, Bubba Joe, and this is a little bit of a sidestep, but you start looking a little bit at, say, for example, the requirements of the Borg cube. Start looking at the requirements of the Borg cube a little bit, and you realize that these tier requirements also have been designed in such a way to get players to spend within their current generation a little bit more than what we might have used to have been. For example, Bubba, you've always told me, don't take a G5 uncommon beyond tier 5, correct?
Yes. I said tier 4, but yes.
Okay, tier 4. Mine's at tier 5. I don't remember why. Maybe it was because of an extra underdeck slot, but okay. But the game is telling you the next milestone for your cube comes at tier 6. Huh. Why is that?
Well, because Scopely is stupid.
I don't think so.
I do.
I think they're trying to push current progressional spend. Now, I'm not saying that they're evil for that, but I don't think it's stupid, Bubba. They are intentionally. This is the second such example now. You got it, Sanzo. The second such example now that we see that Scopely is trying to get us to spend more within our current generation. Let me ask, guys, G4 epics, do they even need to be built anymore?
It all depends, DJ. And that's been the answer for at least a couple of months.
Let's rehash that answer. Does a G4 epic need to be built? Bubba Joe, give the scenarios real quick, and then we'll take our break.
If your timeline to go from 50 to 53 is less than 6 months, sorry, if it's less than 3 months, then
Skip
no,
it.
you don't need an epic.
That's right.
If you are going to go slower than that, which is going to be the low spend path, then yes, you should be building a G5 epic.
A G4 epic. And if
Sorry,
you
G4
do
epic.
build that G4 epic, how high would you advise somebody to take that?
Well, if you've done what we've advised in terms of the G4 economy, you can probably, by the time you get to 50, and you have only done one ship of each class, you probably can take it to like tier 6 or 7, like the day you get it.
Sure. Probably can. Except we see the introduction of ship parts now, rare ship parts, which is the bane of all G4 players' existence. Rare ship parts become a factor in at around tier 7, tier 8. And what's the Borg Cube tier up chart calling for?
No.
It's tier 9.
Rare ship parts.
Start at tier 9?
Rare ship parts do not show up until tier 9.
9. That's right. Okay, sorry. Fair enough. Tier 9.
All the G4 ships, they show up at tier 9.
Well, I guess the point that I'm trying to make is who actually takes a G4 epic to tier 9 today, these days? Dragon Keeper says me at Ops 53, but you know what? Yours is funny, Dragon Keeper. Yours is just for auction scoring. JB, yours is for auction scoring.
That's not true. People use the G4 epics well until they get a G5 rare.
Except I did a funny thing. Bubba Joe, and because of an excess of parts, I went ahead and built an Enterprise A. I'll never fly it. I will never use this ship. I don't know why I did it. Actually, I do know why I did it. I'll never use this ship. We'll scrap it eventually, though. I will scrap it eventually. All right. It is pretty. The art's beautiful on it. But yeah, I built a G4 Epic Enterprise A, Bubba Joe. Took it all the way to tier 9. Took it all the way to tier 9 for this auction this weekend. I will literally never fly it. When I max it, I'll scrap it. Scrapping, I guess, still holds a little bit of play in there, which brings me back to the comment that I saw in the chat just a few minutes ago. Does the point changing maybe change the importance or the value of scrapping? Let me ask you guys about that, Sanzo. If the points for G4 are so drastically reduced in comparison to the rares and epics that you have to spend on, is scrapping for G4 uncommon still as important? I guess that depends again.
But you're DJ, you're confusing parts and materials.
Well, no, I'm not, because scrapping doesn't give rare parts at all.
Correct. But you can spend rare mats with uncommon parts. In fact, you do spend rare mats with uncommon parts.
Yeah. Not enough. I mean, isn't that what everybody says? I'm limited in G4 because of the parts?
Yes,
okay.
You are. Because I have no idea where you're going.
Okay, let me try again. People are saying that some people are saying that they don't have the opportunity to spend the parts or spend the materials because of parts, right? They're done with all the G4 stuff. The only unlimited dump of materials is in ships, but they can't do that. So people are sitting on huge stockpiles of G4 that they can't spend, right?
Yes.
Okay. So does that take the pressure off of scrapping for that player? If they've already got more G4 than they know what to do with and they can't get the parts, why continue to scrap?
So they absolutely can spend more mats. They just have to burn faction credits to do so.
Oh, you're talking about on cheaper? Well, no, because G4 parts. So what are you referring to on G3?
You can. I would venture a guess that most 50s, if they decided to build extra G4 uncommon and rare ships, they could take them to tier 9 in an hour without spending anything.
Is that still scrap efficient?
Well, no. Scrapping G4 is vastly inefficient. It's not a good process. It's not a good return. It's actually a pretty terrible return with one exception.
Jellies.
Yes.
So that's...
Which you can't force, which you cannot force.
That's my point, though. If a G4 player is being forced into spending current generational materials and they can't do it with ships because of the parts bottleneck, and scrapping isn't helping, then do G4 players need to feel the direct pressure of scrap? Has this change actually changed scrapping?
So DJ, let's actually cut to the brass tacks here, okay? What is the actual problem with these auctions and these SMSs?
The capability of spending what they want you to spend.
Right. Now, how many materials can Karkun and Putz spend versus somebody who spends even a little bit in this game?
Well, they're at a vast disadvantage.
Well, let me ask the question a little bit more directly for you, DJ, because you may not get where I'm going with this. If you were to tell someone that they've got $100, okay, to buy a non-monthly content, what is the first thing you would tell them to buy? There is only one correct answer.
The efficiency primes.
Yes. Now, that player at 42 is not going to be able to spend materials like Putz and Karkun, which is why you can't have an SMS that is fair for everyone, because Putz and Karkun will be able to score in that event and complete that SMS significantly easier than the person that cannot. Although the person that does have the prime is going to be able to, obviously, they're going to be able to advance their ships at a faster rate. That is the benefit of the prime. But scaling the event is you have to include the prime.
So, yeah, you're right. You're looking at the prime now as being damaging to your ability to obtain officer sourcing. Like, it's going to help you with ships, but it's going to screw you for officer
where
sourcing.
I looked at. Yeah, that's where I made the comment earlier about in chat was they can be calculating it. What are they calculating it on? Are they calculating it on the base cost, or what efficiencies are they working into that base cost of material spend?
Yeah. K92 said that a long time ago, and he's right.
Well, here's the question I have, DJ, is I've now completed enough of the field training in Voyager where I have 400 of those prime particles. Do I spend them on the mat efficiency, or do I spend them on
parts?
Parts.
Parts is the number one. Yeah, got to do it on parts. Yeah, the chat's saying mats, but guys, you're contributing to the problem that we are identifying right here.
That's right.
All right, it's got to be on parts. The parts are the bottleneck.
Especially in G4, parts are the bottleneck. Yes,
parts are the bottleneck for G4
Isn't it
players.
Resources, not materials, is your other option?
It's both. The one that does resources is resources and materials, so it does both.
Gotcha.
So yeah, it's parts.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is driving us down to. We've always said that auctions. And of course, the solo milestones were better, but we've always said that these auctions and material spends were not the best way to source these officers. And we have this is another side effect.
Well, so I guess if we jump back even before that, we only had SLBs. We didn't have SMSs. So the reason why they brought SMSs in was because we wanted an opportunity for those that weren't going to score high on an SLB to still be able to get something.
Wrong. I mean, that's the feel-good answer.
What do you mean that's wrong?
No, it's the feel-good answer.
No. But that was the reason why. Because I remember
it wasn't. It wasn't. No, it wasn't, Aaron. That was the feel-good reason. But here's why they did it: because leaderboards revenue was dropping.
Yes.
And finally,
yes.
They finally listened to players like Bubba Joe and myself who said, listen, maybe you should try to get a little bit from a lot of people instead of a lot of bit from a little people.
That's right. Because what we were saying was people weren't spending in the auctions because they would spend and not get anything. So the SMSs were what we were hoping to get, so that we could at least get something for what our spend was.
Sure. And then they screwed it up with these primes.
That's why they bought the SMS.
And then they screwed it up with the primes. And we talked about this when they came out. K92 talked about it. I've talked about it. I've talked about it every month since. This is now a problem they have created. They have further damaged their own auction revenue for the sake of these primes that they sold a few months ago. The gift that keeps on giving, like Tal, like Chen. These primes are crap. All right, now granted, they make it easier for me to progress.
Yeah.
They make it easier for me to progress.
It's a catch-22.
It is. All right. But they are crap in that you've got two problems now. And Bubba Joe's identified these problems, and then we're going to take a break. It's crap if you don't adjust for the fact that people have them and some people don't. Karkun can spend 10,000 materials on a G3 Epic ship. I can't spend 300. Honestly, it's 300-400 materials total. Okay. But if somebody, do you guys not remember like one Enterprise shield mechanic component back in the day being like 10 or 11,000 materials? You guys remember that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now I don't spend 1,000 materials to max an Enterprise because of all the primes and stuff. All right.
I have a thought.
So, well, hang on 1 second. So they've made it impossible to scale these events in a fair way. They've also continued hurting their own revenue because I don't have to spend as much, therefore I don't have to buy packs. It's easier, right, Razless, for me to scrap that Enterprise at a profit, which is just going to continue feeding me stuff, so I don't have to spend. They have created the problem of auctions and solo milestones not making them money because the materials are just dumping, they're just flowing like a river. Now, Rexy says, I somehow don't think that's why they started losing money. Probably not entirely. But, Bubba, is it as hard to compete in an auction or do a solo milestone anymore compared to what it was a year ago?
No. It is no, DJ. Competing in an auction or an SMS is exactly the same as it was. You spend money to do it.
Okay. You don't think there's more materials that come out, though, than there used to be?
No.
What? Of course there is. Inflation happens every month.
I don't think that month over month the auction leaderboards are going up and up and up.
Oh, good point. Yes, you're exactly right. You're making my point. The auction leaderboards stay consistent, yet every single month, more and more and more materials are paid out in events, rewards, and scrapping. That just drives to my point that people aren't spending as much on these auctions. Spending when I say cash. They're not spending cash on these auctions. So is it a shocker that Scopely is seeing poor revenue from these auctions? Is it shocking that they're trying to redo this? And my answer is the same as it was last week. You have reached a tipping point. You need to move away from materials. And I know that's scary. I know that's dangerous.
I completely disagree with.
I think you got to do it based on power.
Oh,
No.
Oh, God, no.
What else do you do it on? Spend only? Ducat sourcing? Shut up, K21.
Oh, God, not Ducat sourcing. Power is bad. Paid only is bad.
Okay.
The only fair thing is either materials or resources.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that all players can participate in. Has to stay as materials or resources.
And yeah, I forgot about level 1 researches. See, if they went through and fixed that, if they rebalanced researches, you could still do power.
But are they going to change every research that already exists in the game that are coded that way?
Yeah, no,
and then are they going to correct everyone's power that has got those incorporated into it?
Yeah.
So no, it can't be power. Like in 15 years, when every player is Ops 90, right, and they start launching them that way, then maybe. But no, it cannot be power. It cannot be paid only.
Yeah.
It has to stay as either materials or resources. This is their own making.
It is. You're exactly right. I personally...
It could also be a grinder event, which has no guaranteed revenue.
No, yeah, there's no revenue in that.
Right.
It's almost as though they have sold and sold and sold and sold and sold to the point now where it's, I don't want to say difficult to spend, but these auctions, it's, I guess what you could do is, Wolfwood brings it up, make ship parts a better selling point. You know, if somebody has this overflow of materials, then maybe they're more likely to spend a little bit on ship parts if the conversion is better. I don't know. But yeah, it is a problem of their own making. They have actually turned off their revenue soffit. They've shorted themselves, Smiley. You're exactly right. All right. And you're right, Spectre. They've sold themselves to spending fatigue with a lot of big level players. I know, Deimos. Am I possibly suggesting that unrelenting monetization and aggressive tactics, and dare I say it, even a little bit of greed, has damaging consequences for the game? It's crazy. It's crazy. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Bubba Joe, what else did you have? I know that there was a bunch of stuff on your list. We've only talked about the milestones and that, but there was other stuff. You had other stuff. What? Give us a teaser. What's coming up after the break? Bubba! Seriously, did he leave? Wait, he's not even on the stage.
He's currently not on the stage, no.
He left the stage. All right. Well, good time to take a break. We'll do that. On the other side, Bubba Joe will continue with his list. We'll talk a little bit about the Borg Cube, just a little bit.
Been a power outage.
Wait, what?
Must have been a power outage. He wouldn't just leave like that.
I know, he never does. All right, we'll be back in just a second, guys. My name is UltimatDJz. Thank you for tuning in. This is Talking Trek, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. We'll return after a word from our sponsors. Hang on. This portion of the show brought to you by crazybunch.org. Do you suffer from pixel fatigue? Well, we've got a gummy for that. Surtail has the answers for your health and wellness needs, especially when gaming. A gummy for blue light protection and eye health, an energy gummy, or how about a relaxation gummy to help you chill after Wardod kills all your miners? Surtail is an independent distributor of all the aerial products you'll need to improve your gaming experience. Message Surtail on Discord or go to crazybunch.org. Talking Trek is brought to you in part by MN Toy Posse. MN Toy Posse is the biggest and best Facebook page all about toys. Meet other like-minded individuals that share in your same interest, have hard-to-find rare toys, or know someone looking for your special piece of nostalgia. Old toys or new toys, hard-to-find toys, doesn't matter. With MN Toy Posse, you can find it, buy it, or sell it. Visit today at facebook.com/MNToyPosse. That's facebook.com/MNToyPosse for the toy collector in all of us.
This program is made possible in part by Kix Cereal. And for more rough breakfast fun, try our Slaps and Kidney Punches cereal.
U2's Las Vegas residency is still going, despite the Sphere absolutely hemorrhaging money. Join U2 before the Sphere is probably dead next year. Sphere is gone. Tickets ain't cheap, but you won't go bankrupt quite like this. I'm in a place called Vegas Sphere, and every day we live in constant fear that we will be canceled. This place sucks. So what are you waiting for? We'll see you in Vegas, baby. It's a terrible day. Don't think they'll let us stay. Driving a car to the grocery store, buying some food for my family. My mom and my dad have the whole clan at home. I think they're gonna ruin Thanksgiving. Argue so much it gives you a panic attack. I gotta take a walk. I need my house all clear of these creeps, or I will lose my mind, go crazy. And this day's such a waste of time. I don't wanna scream and shout. I see that they're coming in, but I want them out. I want them out.
The world.
Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed, and it's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stand? This world is forcing me to hold your hand. 'Cause I'm just a girl, a little lonely. Well, don't let me out of your sight. Oh, I'm just a girl, already at my teeth. So don't let me have any rights. Oh,
Gwen Stefani. I know. That's such a good album there, Bubba Joe. Welcome in, everybody. I appreciate you guys being here. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast, welcoming you back in on a longer than expected opening segment. I must have missed you guys. And I'm shocked that my voice is actually holding up, Bubba Joe. It's kind of crazy. Voice is still here. It's fading, like on its way out, but I mean, it's still working here for a few more minutes. Bubba, do we have you back? Right before the break, I was trying to come to you for a tease. Oh, he just left again. What's happening? Trader, is he sending messages in the other room? Like, what's he trying to do? Is he making mistakes somewhere?
He isn't. I'm not sure what's going on.
Bubba Joe!
I would
Bubba!
assume that there's something happening.
Something happening over at Bubba's house. All right. There was something that I was going to talk to you about. I don't remember what it is. Yeah, I got 17 hours to recuperate and something like that. Not really. He was transferring to his car. He drives a lot. Poor guy. He drives almost as much as I do. That's crazy. That's a lot of driving. I don't wish it on anybody. All right. Oh, I know what it was. All right, I know what it was. Hey, real quick. I had this idea. We've spent the last 2 hours talking about material spend and how you guys are incapable of spending it, and some people have big stashes, right? Yeah. All right, so hear me out here.
Some stashes are bigger than others.
Hear me out. This, by the way, is a terrible idea. Okay? It brings no value. It would be the worst thing for you to actually spend on in this game. But just in a pinch, would you guys want to be able to donate materials to your alliance? Sanzo says no. Really? Dragon Keeper says no? Wait a second. You guys are going to fuss? You guys are going to fuss about not having places to spend your material? Rucker says, how does Scopely make money on that? That's kind of my point. That would be a player beneficial way to be able. Now, this is the same problem. That you've got with ultras right now. They can't ignore it forever. Okay? They can't keep ignoring this problem. All right? But what if, material spend is still material spend, right? Material spend is still material spend. So if you ran this a couple of times, like let's say as a G5 player, me, myself, and I, if they made it possible for me to donate G4 materials to my alliance, even at a reduced point shard, even at a reduced number, all right, then I would be okay with that and probably would finish a milestone or two relatively easily. All right, I have 1.3 million G4 uncommon gas. I have almost 700,000 G4 uncommon crystal, 900,000 G4 uncommon ore. It's not because, I bought a lot of that, but I can't spend it. So it's just going to continue banking up in here. So, what if I had an opportunity not to be gated by parts? That's exactly it, Serenity. It's a shame the materials aren't worth that much anymore. You're right. So why doesn't Scopely give me an avenue to spend it? Okay? That's just it, Felonious. They want the material out of circulation. They do. That's exactly what I'm saying. They want it out of... Yeah, what did you think, I meant donate it. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
DJ.
Did you guys think I was talking about giving it to another player? No, I was talking about an alliance donation. All right. Like, instead of just trite and steel and latinum, like, let me come in and donate to my alliance right here. Let me contribute to my alliance with materials. Now, Bosman says that's a whale beneficial feature. Is it?
DJ.
Yeah, Bubba.
DJ.
Yes.
If Scopely wants the materials to be out of circulation, I have news for you. They already are.
What? No, they're not.
That
There is
900,000 materials sitting in your account, how are you going to spend it?
Well, that's
It's
my point.
already out of circulation. It's just sitting on your account, but it's out of circulation.
Oh, that's true.
You can't spend it.
It's true.
It'd be like if you had a garage full of some long dead currency. Can't spend it, but you've got it. It's out of circulation.
Okay. Fair enough.
It doesn't do anything anymore.
I am kind of really surprised that you guys wouldn't want it to go to your alliance. I mean, why? What's the benefit of me just keeping it in my inventory? Let me do
Probably
something.
some of that is because if you've got lower level players in your alliance, the cost for alliance contributions is super expensive.
Okay. All right. Fair.
That's one reason. That's one reason. But yeah.
Okay.
Unless you had some other way to convert it into something maybe more into useful, maybe like a parts conversion, material to parts conversion, or something like that. Maybe. I don't know. Options.
Material to parts. I can see that. Material generation to generation.
Parts.
Uncommon to rare. Trade to parts. Let it go from G4 to G5. You know, Bubba's right, though. It's already out of circulation. Doing anything reduces the potential revenue that they've got from the thing that you need. You know? Right, Bubba? I mean, if I'm thinking like a big corporation, doing nothing still has the most potential for revenue, right?
Correct.
It's garbage. I mean, the whole thing is garbage. The whole thing is freaking garbage. And I don't like this auction method. And I love the solo milestone method. I understand why they need better monetization out of it. But yeah, I guess it's just going to come down to they've got to examine each level ops by ops, Bubba Joe, and figure out its viability. Is that the only way that they can do this? Is to figure out potential spend at every single ops level based on what's in their packs?
Well, but also based on potential efficiencies that they could have at those certain levels too. They have to factor that in.
No,
but that's the problem. If they do, yes, they have to factor it in to lower the milestones. But
yeah,
that's
to lower
the problem.
milestones. Yeah.
People that don't have the efficiencies will complete those events easier. But the idea here is that what you want, DJ, is you want something that is fair for all players. And what have we been saying for the better part of? What have we been saying as it relates to combat crews for the better part of a year?
This game is never going to be fair. Payers always have the advantage.
No, that's not what I mean, yes, it's never going to be fair, but what works for me may not work for DJ, and what works for DJ may not work for a 45, and what works for them may not work for a 34. Why? Because there's a vast difference in what your ships are capable of doing and your crews are capable of doing. Now, it might work, but there's also a pretty high probability that it won't, and you will need to figure out what works for your capability within this game. Now, how does Scopely fix that when it comes to sourcing officers? Well, the best way to do it is to source officers differently. We've been saying that for 5 years.
Well, we have, but we've also been pushing this milestone thing. And honestly, the milestone thing would be fine if it wasn't for the primes. You know, and it's hard to say that the primes are bad because they do a good thing for progression, but they have complicated the officer sourcing piece of it.
All right, so DJ, let me ask you a question then, because I think this is actually a lot harder than you think. Let's take the primes out of it, okay?
Okay.
Let's just take the primes out of it. Everyone has the efficiency that existed in the game before the primes, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, you're in Ops 42. The amount of material you have to spend to go to 43 is, just pick a number, 100,000 materials of various types and stuff, right?
Sure.
Where do you put the SMS at?
You put the SMS equal, like they have been, based on your packs, what they're giving in the packs. Because
what you've been saying is that they need to look at the ops level and say, in this ops level, you can only spend this. So let's say they did that. How would they scale it?
I really wonder why they didn't just put it back. 100 points for an uncommon and 150 for a rare. That was not an offensive cover-up. If you couldn't do the rare, like that's what it comes down to, guys. This is what I continue to fuss at. 100 points on an uncommon versus 150 points on a rare. If you didn't spend the rare, this is what Karkun was saying earlier. If I didn't spend the rare, I could still do it by spending a little extra uncommon, but I could still do it. I think what busted this whole thing is the massive point differential. I think the points effed it up. I'm sorry.
But DJ. Rares should be, as you pointed out in the last podcast, and I actually defend this position, rares should be about 5 times the points of an uncommon. Because
but
what
not
happens
for everybody, Bubba. Not for everybody.
What happens, DJ, is you go from spending 5, 6, 7, 10,000 uncommons to spending 500 rare. And you've gone up a tier or you've gone up a level in a building. Rares should be 5 times the level, because if you're transitioning from uncommon to rare, it doesn't go from 5,000 uncommon to 5,000 rare. It goes from 5,000 uncommon to 500 rare.
I don't know, man. I mean, okay, you could do that. But that means that they're going to have to actually rescale the packs. Take rare and epic out of the pack. If they're going to use packs as a point scoring target objective, then you can't put rares in with Ops 42s.
So when G4 launched and when G5 launched, the first few levels didn't give you any rares or epics. Why do you think they've added rares and epics to it? Do you think it's because they just wanted players to have more materials of those classes? Or do you think it's because players started begging for them because they wanted to upgrade their ship, or they wanted to do this other thing, or they needed a couple of rare to go do Umpty Squad, right?
Yeah.
Right? So this is on behalf of what the players wanted. They wanted to start getting rares and epics earlier.
I know. Oh, Vic, it has nothing to do with math. Like, you're just talking concept right now. How do you balance this so that players feel okay and Scopely gets some of their revenue driver potential back? It's just, I mean, this model this month really messed it up. It really, really did. And they have already said they ain't going back. So I'm struggling to find a fair solution moving forward unless they revert the points, which they say they're not going to do.
DJ, I would argue that it was broken before this month, and this was their first attempt to trying to fix it. And what we're really discovering is that fixing this problem is not nearly as easy as people make it out to be.
Well, that's true. That is true. I think everybody can acknowledge the fact that even Bubba and I are struggling to come up with a fair and equitable solution for everybody, including Scopely. All right. It is a challenge, but there's got to be a better solution than what we've got right now.
Well, it depends on what the goal is. If the goal is to have a specific monetary value attached to achieving the milestone,
which it is, I'll tell you right now.
And if that is a non-moving target, then we got a problem, because then there's no way. There's no way to actually make this good.
DJ. Sorry, go ahead, Ripper.
No, I was just saying, because if that is how it is, sorry. Oh, this is.
No,
All right,
Finish
hang
your
on.
thought.
Ripper, you go.
Okay.
Woo.
No, because if that is what they want to do, then the people that just cannot spend the amount of materials they can get in a pack, tough luck. Sorry, out of luck. That's just how it has to be.
Well,
They will have
So,
to then do
DJ.
something to be able to spend that. That's just how it has to be.
well, and that is kind of Scopely's position. It's a heroic. These milestones have always incentivized spend. Auctions used to be the only way to get these officers. It's supposed to be based on spend. You are not supposed to be able to do these every single week free to play. And we keep trying to remind you guys of that, but everybody keeps coming back and screaming, Bubba Joe, that I can't do my milestone this week. You're not supposed to. A true free to play should probably be able to unlock their choice of epic, I'd say probably once every 2 to 3 months through material spend only. Okay?
So,
What do you mean
so
since
DJ.
what decades? You can't. Do you even do every auction? No, you don't. You don't do every auction. You shush. Decades free to play. All right. Divine says once every 3 to 6 months. No, I disagree with that. I think it's every 2 to 3. But Sanzo says it's not possible at this milestone now. Yes, it is. It totally is, by the way. But when was the last time everybody sat out for 3 months? Nobody does that. Everybody wants to try to do it every single time. That's also a problem.
I think people are sitting out 3 months, DJ. I think people are doing that. You're not doing that, and I'm not doing that, and lots of people who are moderate spend players are not doing that. But I think that I mean, let's get Karkun and Putz. How often are they attempting to finish an SMS?
And I don't mean finish an SMS because we've had different sizes. I'm talking about to finish an epic unlock, however that appears, whether it's through auction, solo milestone, whether they do it 7 of 9 style and it's all 100 shards in one SMS, or if they're doing it this month style where it's 50 shards per SMS. All right, that's fine. Putz, Karkun, how often do you guys find yourself?
I agree with you, DJz. About 2 or 3 if you really, depending on how much you're pushing up. Obviously, the brackets are going to keep getting harder the more I move up into the bigger spenders to actually fight against them. So then my horde pile will have to be bigger.
Right.
But nailing that right one on the month, hoping that it's the lowest one for everyone else. You can, yeah. I wasn't going to go into this one, but I should actually get Picard on this.
Okay. Old School Days says I'm doing it probably about every 3 months. All right. That's fair.
And my last one was Billup.
And Razless, I mean, I'm sorry, bud. You're not. There's a problem somewhere if you're only doing one SMS every 6 months. Not an officer, but one SMS every 6 months, then you're missing potential income. You're missing revenue somewhere. You're missing material income. All right. He says 3 to 6 months for me to do one SMS. That you're missing it out. You're missing somewhere, bud. They give you more than that through events. If you are completing events, they're giving you more than that.
DJ.
Yep.
If Scopely's their only goal for officer sourcing is to make money, not to put the officers in the hands of the players, not to create a balanced environment for players to compete in, not to allow players to identify with the officers and ships that they want. If their only goal is financially driven, then the only thing they can do is sell them and not have a free-to-play path.
No, that's not good either. I see you, Raw Lord.
I
I'm
think
watching
it's a terrible
both chats.
idea. But if you're telling me that's their only goal, that's the only thing they can do.
Well, the goal is, and what they apparently seem unwilling to move off of, is their monetary equivalent. We've said this for 4 years. An epic's worth $400. So if we've got Picard in here right now, half the unlock, there's $200. That's what it's going to be. What is their equivalent of $200? Well, K92 says, how about you just do it multiphasic style, buy 2 packs, finish the SMS. That sounds terrible too. That sounds terrible.
Why?
Because that means that there's no potential for a free-to-play to bank and save and play efficiently. All right.
Why can we not just have milestone booster packs?
What?
If you can't finish the milestone by just spending your materials, you just buy a pack to finish a milestone.
Well, I mean, I guess if you kept the material piece in there, because see, what I'm saying is I want players to be able to play that way if they want. Okay. If they want, I mean, strategy and efficient spending have long been a very integral part of this game. Okay.
Didn't Bubba Joe define it as a resource management game?
Yes.
Isn't that the whole game?
Yes. The game is a game of resource management. All right. So I want there to be an opportunity for players to save for 2 or 3 months and get the officer that they want. That's what I want. All right. But at the same time, like, don't get the officer last month and then be mad that you can't do it this month. I guess you're going to have to spend a little bit if you really want. How important is it? And I get it. You don't know I don't know what's coming even next month, Deep Space. But I still don't disagree with it. I don't know what officers are coming next month. I can use my brain and figure out that it's probably going to be more stuff to do with this PvE experience that we got with Picard and Data this month. All right. That being said, if I don't know what's coming next month and I decided Picard and Data were worth it, that's a decision that I get to make, and I'm going to go all in. Now, does that suck when the officer that comes the next month is an officer like Hugh? Yeah, sure, that sucks. Maybe Hugh's worth spending money on. Maybe it's not. All right. But I want players to be able to at least look and see what's in front of them and determine, okay, this is what I have been saving for 3 months for. I'm going to get it. And I want players to have that capability. That's what I want. Led Zeppelin says, will there be a rare ticketed event on Monday? Yes, there will be.
Should be 3 of them.
That's true. There will be 3 of them, and you'll get to pick one. All right, so I know. And Cruzito, you've been on that path. Why not allow everyone to get the officer and expensive to tier it? I get that. You know, Bubba Joe and I have a hard time with this, but if
No.
You didn't even know what I was getting ready to say.
We differ in opinions on this. Go ahead.
Well, we do differ in opinions on that. But Bubba, would you believe, or do you believe, that a vast majority of players don't ever chase promotion? They just want the unlock and then they stop?
I would believe that.
It's very true. It's a high percentage of players, actually.
What's the percentage of free-to-play and Battle Pass players as compared to everyone else?
What do you mean, free-to-play versus Battle Pass?
No. Free-to-play plus Battle Pass only versus everyone else. What's that percentage?
Oh, it's probably high. I mean, a lot of people do get the Battle Pass.
Maybe about the same as the people that only unlock the officer?
That's on the officer, in my opinion.
It's the opposite side. I think people who unlock the officer are far more in the minority.
So you're telling me that players that unlock the officer and don't work to advance it is a tiny fraction of players.
Oh, no. I think, you mean that both scenarios exist, that they unlock it and don't care to promote it? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Yes.
That probably is. I probably would think that that's a small group, but apparently it's not.
No, I can totally see that that's a large percentage of the community.
Yeah.
Because they don't really see a path to unlock to upgrading the officer.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not offering a specialized chest with the new loop. Right.
There you go.
With like Strange New Worlds, people were getting them. With Bajoran, they were getting them.
You got
it. But there's a lot of officers that never get to that point, and they just can't source them, right?
Yeah. Deep
so
Space, Bosman says the same thing. Divine says the same thing. All of that stuff. Okay. Yeah. Given how bad sourcing is, it's hard to do more than the unlock. I get it. You're absolutely right.
I would venture a guess that those percentages are related. The players that are battle pass only and free to play, there is a high overlap with those players and the ones that will only unlock an officer and never work to promote it. Either the loop they don't like, or they can't get to the loop for 6 months, or they just don't see a path that, in really trying to get them forward. And the people that are going to work to unlock those officers and level them and then level them up are the people who see a reason or are pushing the envelope or have to compete with Billy Bob, Joe, and Larry and Curly. And so they have to get those officers to higher level. So they're spending to do so. I bet there's a direct correlation of the people that spend to the people that level up officers versus the people that don't spend and don't work to level up the officers. And there are going to be a few free to play and there are going to be a few low to spend that will work to level up the officers because they are trying to engage in the maximum amount that they can. You're going to have a Deckix every once in a while. But I would venture that a vast majority of the players, a high percentage of players that never going to hear this podcast, are going to go, I've unlocked Janeway. I'm happy. I don't need to do anything else. I have my officer that I want, which is fine.
Yeah.
If there's a grinding path, free to play are going to grind it. That's all we got.
Well, and that kind of comes back
where
to
your correlation is thinking. Like if the only access to an officer is pay or some kind of heroic version, then yeah, we're not going to get it for a very, very, very long time. Where's Mavery? Anyway.
Yeah. Well, and not only that, but if you're going back to that, officers are a big piece of their revenue model, Bubba Joe. The sourcing, not that I'm defending it because I think everything should be sourced, but like Karkun just said, if sourcing existed, he ain't going to spend on it. He's going to grind it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So, but my point is that this is a Star Trek game, right? It is a Star Trek game, and we identify with the officers. If you are playing this game because it is a Star Trek game, and you unlock Janeway, and Janeway is your favorite character, favorite person in Star Trek, you may be perfectly content to have unlocked her. And I believe that perspective is a much higher percentage of the general gameplay audience than are people that are trying to min-max.
Yeah. Okay.
I got Harry Kim just so I could be the one to give him a promotion.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But Cruzito also presents the same thing that I was worried about. If you make every officer very available on the unlock, Cruzito points out, if you do that, Bubba Joe, then you'll never have a Rockstar captain's ability again. Everything will come through the tier up, through the officer ability. And I've said that before. If you give everybody the officer, you'll never have a good captain's maneuver again.
That's not correct because evidently Scopely only cares about money and not the balance of the gameplay. Because that's the entire argument we've been having for the last hours. The only thing they care about is money and not a good, healthy, balanced gameplay environment.
Well, I mean, I didn't say that.
And can you actually look at the game and look at what they've released and determine any other conclusion?
Okay, thank you for that. Let's look at the anecdotal evidence on that. Okay, I didn't say that, but the evidence suggests otherwise, right? Yeah, sure does.
So that means we can still get tier 1 epic officers that have a kick-ass captain's maneuver, right? We can still get that because Scopely doesn't care about balance in the gameplay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, even if they care, let's assume they care. They also have a fundamental setup on how this works that a lot of things will eventually reach a breaking point.
Well, yeah, because they only, like, as evidenced by the primes.
A breaking point or a break-even point?
No, a breaking point. They look at, the primes are a perfect example. We look at what's going to make us money now, the future of the game be damned. They've done that so many times, it's not even funny. I mean,
it is just sort of inevitable, right? It is not necessarily that they... I don't think they would want to this because it doesn't benefit them. Right?
Okay.
It does not, Ripper. If they are cannibalizing their game for profits, then all they are doing is shortening the life of their profit.
It's like setting your house on fire to stay warm, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, but the primes effectively just accelerate what would have happened regardless. Eventually,
But they took
which
1
is sort of
month.
what happened with the
No, but
critical damage in PvP.
well, yes, but that took 5 years. I think what Bubba is saying is they took profitability of 1 month and cost themselves 2 or 3 years of long-term revenue. I mean, that's how I look at it.
Maybe not. I don't know.
That's how I look at it. All right. Real quick, we're gonna.
So it's an interesting question, DJ, because they released to the primes. What tier are your ships? Right. What's your pylon?
I don't know, tier 10. It's
Okay.
not max.
Would you have likely taken it? Would you likely have taken it to tier 10 if not for the primes?
No.
Okay.
But
because you don't block my rares.
Also, ask me, have I spent money specifically on my pylon? The answer to that is also no.
Well,
Okay.
correct. But you would have a lesser ship if not for the primes.
Okay, that's fair.
Right. So players are advancing their game state in a way that was not really realizable before. Players were not willing to spend money like you, and you made my point.
Yeah.
They were not willing to spend money on all this old content, but if I have the ability to make this old content a little bit more powerful, I will go ahead and do that.
Okay.
And the same thing with your current content. Are you going to take your Sanctus to, tier 8 right away? Well, probably not, because you can't afford to.
No.
But would you even consider taking it to tier 8 if it didn't have the primes? Or would you be min-maxing it? Like, I can just barely, without my shields dropping, kill my next hostile I need to kill. That's as far as I need to take it. As opposed to, man, I've got an excess of parts, I've got an excess of titanium, I've got an excess of materials. I can go participate in an auction this month, or I can go participate in this leaderboard this month, right? So it's allowing players to achieve a different state of gameplay and not selling, because players were not willing to buy packs to do that before.
Well,
so
that's
it
a fair
is
point.
hurting their sales.
Yeah.
It is potentially hurting their sales. But as you pointed out, just because I have a tier 12 pylon does not mean I would have had a tier 12 pylon without these primes in the first place, because I was not willing to spend to achieve that goal. That goal did not value spending actual cash money on it.
Yeah.
So did it cost them sales? Maybe a little bit, but players are just achieving what they can achieve without having to invest a lot more money.
Was the
would
mistake
players
then giving you the full efficiency and not just doing like the parts to give you a nibble? Don't make you pay for the materials?
So again, this was cannibalization of the future state of the game, right? Whether it's now we have tier 12 pylons where they never really thought they'd have tier 12 pylons, or we have tier 12 enterprise Ds that they never really thought anyone would spend the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to get the titanium alone for an enterprise D, right? So they did not think that out. They did not path that out. They could not possibly have pathed that out, because what they've done is cannibalized the health of the game for short-term revenue. And so now they have to figure out, how can we continue to make money even though 6 months ago, 8 months ago, we cannibalized all future revenue? How can we make our revenue numbers even though we've cannibalized the ability to sell packs 6 months ago?
Easy.
And I don't have to fix that problem for Scopely.
Easy. Sigma.
What?
Sigma. That fixes everything. Right?
What are you talking about?
Just resetting everything.
Absolutely. We should deploy all Sigma resources to everyone G4 and above.
Oh, that fixes everything.
You mean the resources that still have almost all their efficiencies?
I know.
From the previous generation of material. Because
I know. I think they kind of missed the boat there a little bit, but you know what? It's really, honestly, it's not as bad. Bubba, you have said that the scaling on that looks to be ballparkish. Okay, ballparkish on what you were spending before as compared to what it's spending now, right? like G5 to G6?
As far as what?
As far as your resources, your Sigma. Did Sigma reduce the scale of the economy in any other way other than numbers? I mean, instead of using quintillion.
No, it did not do anything other than numbers.
Okay, well.
And there are consequences of that I'm not going to bring up here.
Oh, I know.
That are player beneficial.
Yeah. No, I agree. I was fully under the impression that they were going to reset everything with the introduction of Sigma. What they have done here is actually probably better for the players, but also does kind of water down the Great Reset, so to speak. They still have other problems now. But, I mean, it is what it is. Wildstar says, wait, what is Sigma? Sigma is the new G6 currency. G6 doesn't use steel, titanium, and dilithium anymore. They use Sigma steel, Sigma titanium, and Sigma dilithium. So it was supposed to be a little bit more. It was supposed to be a little bit more effective than I think it ended up being. But I mean, that's fine. I think it's better than.
They were running out of letters. They're after.
I think it was better than. And Sigma speed ups. That's right. I think what they did ended up being, Bubba Joe, a pure reduction of displayed quantities. I think they could have done more with it, but a reduction of displayed quantities is also okay. All right. This could have been the Great Reset. Instead it was just a graphical display reset.
I don't know what that accomplishes, but fair enough.
Oh, I think it's just quality. No, I think that accomplishes a lot. I would not have wanted to try to do calculations based on quintillions. All right. That's right, Simpy. Smaller numbers are easier to work with. Stat squishes are important. I agree. That's what this ended up being, Bubba Joe. And we can talk about G6 a little bit more another time, but in retrospect, I don't know that the quote-unquote Great Reset ended up being nearly as scary as we all thought it could be. We said that Scopely needs to handle the math right. It looks like they kind of did. There are a couple of pain points and then a couple of generous points, but honestly, overall, before we take our last break, because we need to move on, do you think that the Sigma resource reset, like just what they did with G6, do you think that was handled mathematically terrible? Because I don't think that it is.
I think that there is,
it's a really broad question. It's a really broad question. I understand that. Like you hate hazards. So that part of G6
as
you hate.
does every other single person who's had to encounter them.
Not true.
That is 100% true.
That is not 100% true. It might be 98% true, but it's not 100% true. I'm just saying.
I will bet you it is 99.9999999.
No, I would still take that bet. I would still take that bet. I still take that bet, but yeah.
Anyone in chat saying hazards are awesome?
Canine Tooth just now said hazards are awesome, and I also know that JB likes hazards. Dr. Juby likes hazards. So yes, there's always that.
And the people that are liking hazards actually have to deal with it. Not like if I said I like hazards because, I'm mean.
Sure. Canine Tooth likes hazards because he can ignore them now.
Well, that's what you were asking for. You said, sell me something that allows me to play. Well, they did. They gave you the Prime. Right? You said that, Bubba. Let me buy something that allows me to deal with hazards. Okay, Scopely said no problem. Here's a Prime.
So we add a new mechanic that is supposed to be fun and engaging, and then we sell things to make that a thing that doesn't exist anymore, and then it's fine.
Yeah. No, I don't think it's fine, but Bubba Joe demanded it. I think that Prime shouldn't have come out. To be honest with you.
The Prime was already coded in there.
What? I know that they
The
created
Prime
it.
existed at launch.
I know that.
I didn't speak it into existence.
You didn't have to buy it, did you? Did you?
So the reason Canine Tooth likes hazards is because at Ops 64, they are 100% ignorable.
How so?
Because you can have enough resistance that you can sit in the hazard zone and not take any damage, which just makes it a mining system or a hostile hitting system.
Because of what, though? Because of research you paid for or research
Because
that
of
you
research-
earned?
Both.
Okay. So it's grindable, which is what I've said from the very
It's not
beginning.
grindable. You cannot grind the Prime. If you are going to do it without the Prime, it's Ops 69.
Good.
It's not. Oh my God.
I don't think the Prime should have been out there to begin with.
I think this is a prime spot to take another commercial break, DJ.
Are we gonna, Bubba? Are we gonna get back into this thing again? All right, we don't have to. Good call, Trader. Bubba and I fundamentally disagree on primes or on hazards.
And Bubba is right, and DJ is wrong.
I want to play in hazards. I want to. Let me.
DJ is going to be the one person that ruins Bubba Joe's 100% of the players hate hazards.
No! K92
DJ is
said he liked it.
determined to be that
K92
one
said he
person.
liked it. JB likes
Because
it.
he can ignore it. At Ops 64, you have 200%. You have availability to have 200% hazard resistance.
K9 was not trolling.
Daily.
K9 Tooth was not trolling. We've talked about it. We've had PMs about it.
Of course not. He's Ops 64.
He wasn't up 64 on the first day of the
ignorable to
arc.
Let's move on, gentlemen. Back to your corners, please.
All right, I've got
Bell has rung.
Oh God. Ding ding ding. All right, I've got an announcement for you very quickly. Real quick. Let me just look at my screen here. Where are we on at Astra per Aspera? Where are we supposed to be? Are we at 700 points or did I miss an event? Have I missed an event? I might have missed an event. I don't know. Wait, we are at 700?
I haven't missed any.
Enterprise Actual says I'm at 800. Really? Are you at 800? 700 is right. Okay. Okay. Felonious Squirrel says I'm at 0. Cruzito says 800. Wait, how? How's anybody at 800? Oh, Horner says I'm at 800 because of an ops change. Okay. So 700 is supposed to be the right thing. Okay. So 700 is right for normal. Okay. So this is an announcement that I have from you from the live ops team. Balabom says I'm at 600. I must have missed something. Yeah, you must have. I thought I missed something because the announcement that I got says, in regards to the Ad Astra meta, there is an extra event being run tomorrow, and the points earned from completing the events will be doubled. So that might mean to me, Bubba Joe, that if you are at 600 Balabom, then you might have an opportunity still to finish. This is what I'm reading, okay? I am reading there is an extra event. There is an extra event being run tomorrow, and the points earned from completing the events, with an S, will be doubled. That seems to sound to me like
We're hanging it all on the S.
There will be 400 points available tomorrow. No, Juby, if you're at 600 now, no, I don't think so. Wait a second. So how many was there already an event scheduled for tomorrow? There was, right? But they're adding a second one. So there's 2 events. And if they each offer 200 points, then if you're at 600 today, then you should be good. No, retrieving. I get what you're saying. Okay. Okay. Is there an event scheduled for tomorrow? There has to be. Yes, there is, because there's still 2 days left on the meta. Okay. No, I didn't, Jack Morris. Let me read it again. Y'all listen to words. I said there is an extra event being run tomorrow and the points earned from completing the events, plural, will be doubled. Okay? That implies to me that there will be 2 events, one that was scheduled and one extra, and that both of them will have their points doubled, which means that there's 400 points on the table tomorrow. Bubba, is that how you feel about it? That's how I feel about it. I know, Razlis. I'm struggling with English. Must be the flu. Is that what it is? The flu is distorting my language. All right. How can Scopely not count to 10? Who knows if this wasn't their plan all along? Who knows if Retrieving says, I did the calendar video. There is no Add a Spare event scheduled for tomorrow. There has to be. There's another day. All right, hang on. Let's look at the calendar. Let's just look at it, Bubba. Maybe the calendar was wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
Calendar's never been wrong.
Calendar's always right. What are you talking about, guys? All right, Add Aspera. Add Aspera or Add Astra per Spare events. Okay. So tomorrow will be the 20th. I actually don't see one in here. All right, let me send a follow-up question. Let me send a follow-up. Are you saying there will be 2 events tomorrow? Because there's not one on the schedule. If you add one and double points, that's still only 900 points. All right, I'll see what he says, and I'll let you guys know on the other side of this break. My name is UltimatDJz. This is Talking Trek Live, Star Trek Fleet Command's official podcast. We'll return after a word from our sponsors. Stand by for this commercial break.
Yo, what's up, Commanders? Great news about PvPtarget.com. You've known for a while that it exists and has some great reference tools regarding PvP banding and common crew loadouts, but they've recently launched brand new tools on the site, including a brand new cargo calculator page as well. This isn't your typical max cargo style calculator, but a brand new, unique tool that identifies the timer until you go over cargo. The game timer might tell you how long to zero the node, but how long until your miner is at risk? You can find out now by using the brand spanking new cargo calculator at PvPtarget.com. Today's show brought to you in part by the Musgrove Trial Firm in Georgia. Have you suffered personal injury in Georgia? You need a buddy. Give Buddy at the Musgrove Trial Firm a call, 678-226-1994. Visit them online at musgrovetrialfirm.com.
This program is made possible in part by a grant from Minute Mud Orange Juice, made by the same 6-year-olds who try to sell you mud pies on the street corner.
It's time now for Stoned Movie Reviews. Stoned movie critics for stoned moviegoers.
This week, it's the horror movie that really hits home. Thanksgiving.
Oh, is it about, like, your drunk uncle bringing up the 2024 election or something?
That would be a total horror show. But no, it's about a Thanksgiving-inspired killer who terrorizes a small town.
How does someone go on a killing spree after eating all that turkey, man? I'm always so tired.
Oh, totally. After all that tryptophan, I could barely get off the couch.
Whoa, trip on what? Dude, I don't do that stuff.
No, man, no. It's the turkey.
The turkey's tripping? Whoa, now that sounds like a scary Thanksgiving, man.
Go lay down on the couch before you hurt yourself. We'll be right back.
Ozempic, Mounjaro, get prescribed tomorrow. Wegovy, Saxenda, with a side of splendor. Adipex, Suplenza, lose some weight, why don't you? Mounjaro.
Ask my doctor, please. There's a drug called Mounjaro, and what I wanna know is, can it help me slim down? Feeling kind of fat, would like my gut to be oh so flat. I don't wanna work hard, can still eat cheese like a big old rat. because of Manjaro. Ozempic, Manjaro, get prescribed tomorrow. Wegovy, sex and up with a side of splendor. Adipex, Suprenza, lose some weight, why
Take
don't
some
you?
shots of Manjaro. I'll cut pounds fast, inject it nice and slow. And what I wanna know, can I get Manjaro?
Hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain, the only thing that's real. The needle tears a hole, the old familiar sting. Try to kill it all away, but I remember everything.
Welcome back, everybody. Bubba, that took way longer to turn into something than I thought. I thought this was going to be really loud, really early, but I guess not. It's 9 Inch Nails. I thought it was going to be very loud. I know. I like 9 Inch Nails. I don't remember this version though. I don't remember this version. Arian says, "Let it run for a minute." Okay, I'll let it go. I wanted it to get loud.
It's not an original 9 Inch Nails song.
No, it's not. Johnny Cash did the original.
Yep.
All right, now we're getting into it. Now we're getting into it. Captain Q says Johnny Cash didn't do. Wait. This is the original? Cash's version was the cover? So wait, 9 Inch Nails did the original? No way. Wow. I really honestly didn't know that, Captain Q. Johnny just crushed it. Okay, fair enough. Yes, I'm a DJ, but I didn't play this in the clubs, okay? I didn't play this in the clubs. Captain Q says I did. I didn't play this in the clubs. I was a house DJ. I know. Okay, fine. You guys give me a break. Give me a break out here, Bubba Joe. My gosh, everyone's busting my chops. I didn't play a lot of 9 Inch Nails in the clubs. Sorry. It was just not a thing that happened a whole lot. All right, Bubba Joe, we've got a couple of minutes. We got a couple of minutes left. Let's do a little bit of teaching here on Picard and Data. First of all, I know people have been asking, and I meant to do it before this weekend. I'm so very sorry. Just the flu kind of kicked my tail, and I can't say it wasn't my fault, but I mean, obviously, I've been very, very sick. So I apologize for that. However, I would like to spend a few minutes, Bubba Joe, while the auction is still going on. There's still time, right? There's still an opportunity for you if you have not started to engage, all right? If you, Medic says, why? You can't get them through the Matt Spend event. Yes, you can, if you want to. Yes, you can, Medic. All right? It's just, is it worth it to you? All right? But let's talk about the worth of these officers. Besides, that's not even true for Data. Data can just outright be bought if you want. Okay, you can just outright. Okay, by the way, real quick, before the break, before the break, I was giving you an announcement about the events tomorrow. So there will be 2 events. The Arc Runner's listening, by the way. Thank you, Arc Runner. Appreciate you being here. There will be 2 events tomorrow worth 200 points each. There you go. That is the answer, Bubba Joe. There will be a 400-point swing tomorrow, so you will have an opportunity. Okay? 400-point swing tomorrow if you do both events. 2 events, 200 points each. Okay? Thank you. He says, I'm not listening. I'm watching with no sound. Thanks. Thanks, man. Community likes that. Okay. Anywho, 2 events tomorrow worth 200 points each. Okay? There you go. Whew. It could be, Boaz says, it could be more power gained. Listen, y'all were just saying a minute ago that power gain was too easy to be an auction. All right, so is that a big deal? Is that really a big deal?
I don't think people were saying power gain was too easy to be an auction. They were saying it is
Wouldn't be fair.
unbalanced
Yeah,
to be
wouldn't
an
be fair.
auction.
Fair enough. Wouldn't be fair. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. I know, Shorts. Can't ever be happy. Never happy. All right, so let's talk a little bit about these guys. All right. Bubba Joe, let's talk a little bit about Enterprise E Picard. Okay. Jean-Luc Picard from the Nemesis, or First Contact movie, rather. Bubba Joe, let's take a look at his Captain's Maneuver. Captain's Maneuver, increasing the rewards gained from hostiles and armadas by 60% of base. I love this. This is another 5 of 11, except that 5 of 11 can actually go into the captain's chair. Okay? I mean, not that 5 of 11 is very effective. Dude, this is another 5 of 11. 5 of 11 is so valuable. Now, Benny Hill says it could be like Geordi. I kind of disagree because Geordi, while it is loot gain, his officer ability is absolute trash. Okay? He's great in the captain's chair as a loot gain officer. That's fine. But his officer ability gives you nothing. Nothing at all. 5
What's
of 11.
Picard's ability?
Picard's ability is increasing the rewards gained from hostiles and armadas by 60%. That's right.
His officer ability.
Well,
When you're comparing,
I'll get to that. Hang on. Officer ability is good
you're
too.
comparing him against Geordi, so you're
Geordi's
only going to be
worthless.
using Geordi in armadas. So in that situation, put Picard in armadas. Does his officer ability match or have any reliability?
Absolutely. No, not against armadas.
So he's the same as Geordi.
But
when you're using him in the same situation, you would be using Geordi for that loot gain.
So Geordi's armadas only?
Yes.
See, I don't know that because I don't use Geordi because he's trash. All right. However, you're right. Okay, fair enough. Karkun's right. He is Geordi. He is Geordi. All right, because Picard is going to give you the loot gain as the captain, but his officer ability, Bubba Joe, is increasing isolytic cascade damage at tier 1 by 3% for 3 rounds each time you hit a non-armada hostile once per weapon. This is a cumulative stack. All right, and I know it doesn't say cumulative, and for the love of God, Scopely, please get your tooltips right. Like, actually start communicating what this stuff does. Please, 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 please stop sucking at basic descriptions inside the game. Okay? Stop sucking at that. You really, really do suck at that. There's no consistency whatsoever. Anyway, this is a cumulative stack, 3% per weapon that lasts for 3 rounds. So, Bubba Joe, let's pretend that I've got a ship and I'm hostile grinding and I'm going to fire 3 weapons in the first round, 1 weapon in the second round, and 3 weapons in the third round. If I've got Picard at tier 1, what is my isolytic cascade boost in round 3? Where did Bubba go, Joe? Where did Bubba go, Joe? Yo, Bubba, go! Bubba, go!
I'm sorry. There are 7 seconds left in the Seahawks game. I care a lot more about that than this discussion.
Math question. Yes. You're up. You're on deck.
Oh, Dragon Keeper says 3. Wait. 3 because you missed the first 2 rounds. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. And you don't miss the first 2 rounds. I said if you are hitting a hostile, you get 3 shots off in round 1, 1 shot in round 2, 3 shots in round 3. What would your isolated cascade damage be, say, going in and starting round 4? Dekix has the answer. Dekix has the answer. It's only 12%. Why would it be only 12%? Starting round 4. Because round 1 fell off. Would it be 12% starting in round 3? Yes, it would. If you would actually get the 15% after the first weapon of round 3. And you could get to 18% after the second weapon of round 3. But it's not the same throughout the entire round. And that's because it's an actual stack. Dragon Keeper says, what if Miles procs? Doesn't matter. Miles increases shots. It's still based on weapons. Okay, it's still based on weapons. So it doesn't matter how many shots. You got what's his face? Chakotay in there, increasing shots. You got Miles in there, increasing shots. None of that matters. None of that matters. It is non-Armada hostile, so PvE only, and it is based on weapons. Weapons. Archery says, so is he useless? What does he do better than any other officer? What does he do better? Well, he's loot gain, so I think that he's automatically better than Captain Janeway. He's loot gain for hostiles with isolated cascade increase. How does Pick compare to Janeway? That's kind of what I was just going with. Here's the thing. Janeway with full synergy eliminates the need for Hugh. Right? Bubba Joe, are your 7 seconds up yet?
Yes.
You sound sad. What just happened?
Seahawks just barely missed a field goal to win the game.
Oh, give him the sound.
No, I'm not going to pile on my friend. Wait, first of all, I like the Seahawks too because Gino's there. Okay? So Bubba Joe and I are united in our fandom of Gino.
Yeah, Gino took a hit evidently from Aaron Donald and got hurt, but then came back for the final drive of the game, gave us a 55-yard field goal that evidently missed by about 3 feet to the left or right.
And where was Taylor Swift in relation to this game?
You shut up, Karkun.
She will be in Philadelphia tomorrow.
Somebody is probably really happy that they missed. Who were they playing? They were playing Atlanta. Is that right? They playing Atlanta? No.
No, we were playing the Rams.
Rams. Los Angeles. There you go. Man, that sucks. I'm actually a little bit dumbfounded.
All right.
I'm sorry, Bubba.
So,
I
are you
like
trying to talk about how Picard is bad?
I wasn't trying to talk about how Picard is bad, but tell people why you think he's bad. I don't think he's bad.
His officer ability doesn't hardly do anything.
What? We were just talking about the officer ability.
He was trimming around that. Yeah.
We were just talking about the officer ability. Depending on your tier of Janeway, I think he's better than Janeway if you tier him up. Now, if your Janeway's tier 3 or 4 right now, then no, he's not as good as Janeway. But if you take him tier 1 to tier 1, I do think he's better than Janeway.
Now, you were saying something. If you had full synergy Janeway, why would you get rid of Hugh?
Because you never take hull damage.
Because Hugh doesn't trigger. Yeah.
Yeah, you never take. Yeah, Hugh.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you still take hull damage for the first shot of a round, unless there's been a.
Correct. Which means you get a single Hugh trigger, which is, depending on your level of Hugh, not especially likely to trigger. The reason Hugh is very good is because you take multiple shots in a round. And so the probability is that he is going to trigger your ability to turn everything into a critical. But if you don't get that one trigger of that one chance in one round, then he's not going to do anything.
Correct.
And so your shots are just back to normal percentages.
Yeah. So basically, we kind of identified early on that Janeway is just not compatible with Hugh. And that's fine. That's actually great. That gives me 2 legitimate grinding crews. I can send one out with Janeway full synergy, and I can still send out like maybe a 5 GG Tau with Hugh under deck. Okay? So that's good. Picard. I think now, okay, let's look at Picard is 3%. Again, it does depend on your firing pattern, obviously, depending on the number of weapons you've got. I agree with that. But if you take a look at Janeway is 10%, Bubba Joe, increases Isolated Cascade at tier 1 by 10% against non-player hostiles and armadas. Okay? Now, Picard doesn't even work against armadas. He's just hostiles. All right? But in the What?
We think.
Okay, based on what it says.
In regards to his isolated damage.
There are a number of abilities in this game, DJ, as you know.
Agreed.
That say hostiles and work for armadas.
Agreed.
Right? So So
this one
just wanted to make sure we clarify that.
But this one specifically says non-armada hostiles. It does say that. So unless the tooltip is wrong.
Sorry. I was given the impression that it said just hostiles.
No, it
because someone
says,
told me that today.
Yeah, no, it says non-armada hostiles. All right.
Apologies.
Yeah, no problem. But per weapon, okay? So again, this officer, I think, is a very, very viable hostile grinding crew, depending on the type of ship you're going to fly and the firing pattern. Crazy enough, do I think, and we talked about this, Bubba, when we broke out your whale cam. When we broke out your whale cam and we looked at the firing patterns, this guy is no bueno on any G6 ship, in my opinion.
Correct.
The firing patterns are terrible on the G6 ships, and Picard won't belong on there at all. Now, what just came out that Picard is going to be massively good on? A Borg cube. Picard will be awesome on a Borg cube. Okay? Absolutely phenomenal on a Borg cube. Why? We were talking about the Borg cube's firing pattern here not too long ago. Let's take a quick peek at that. And I'll throw it into the graphics room. Actually, it's probably already in there. But real simple. Borg cube has 5 weapons that fire every single round. Sorry, 4 weapons. 4 weapons that fire every odd round, and then on every even round, they still fire 2 of those. So let's look at Picard on a cube. Going into round 3, what is your Isolated Cascade bonus at tier 1 of Picard?
For a cube?
Yeah. Going into round 3.
I am not familiar with what his tier 1 percentage is.
3%. So going into round 3, you've got 6 weapons. It's going to be 18%. 18% starting round 3. Okay, then you get a shot. Now you're at 21% for your second weapon. Then 24%.
But you said it had 4 weapons that fire every round.
I misspoke. 4 weapons that fire every odd round. And then 2 weapons that fire every even round. I apologize.
Okay.
Hey, Shorts, sorry. Don't bust my chops. Somebody was complaining in the chat because I wasn't teaching a minute ago. Okay, so now I'm teaching.
All right. So yes, so 3% times is 18%. Yes.
Starting round 3. Then for weapon 2, I'm going to be at weapon 2, I'm going to be 21. Weapon 3, I'm going to be 24. By the time I get to weapon number 4, I'm going to be at 27%. 27%. That is significantly better than Janeway, even at tier 3. Now, we also have the captain's maneuver with loot gain.
Isn't tier 3 flat 20%?
That might be.
Okay.
That might be. But, again, in the case of the cube, all right. Wait, Cruzito says no one's grinding with the cube. Listen, I know a lot of people grinding with the cube. Listen, the cube is going to get there, Cruzito. All right. Listen, I've got 2 cubes on my server that can blow up my Corvus in PvP. You say not yet, old school. I'm saying not yet, okay? But it's coming. K92 says, why not? There you go. There's the evidence. It can. It's significantly cheaper to repair, and once it's there, okay, once it's there, it's going to be big. I know that it's slow going. I'm only at tier 3, okay? Some people don't have it. Dekic says my cube is non-existent. Guys, it's going to get there. It's going to get there, all right? That being said, go ahead, Bubba.
The people that are complaining about the cube oftentimes are low-level G5 players that are going to have their cube stuck at a level that they think is not very useful.
Yeah.
Except the cube is still useful. The loop is good. It is going to drive them to possibly want to get one of the ships that allows them to get bigger because they're going to see the value in the cube. The cube is a good ship.
It is. It is. And it's going to take a little while if you try to do it free to play. I get it. All right. But we're talking about two different things here. Okay. Picard, as it relates to the cube, is phenomenal. Picard on a G4 ship is probably still comparable to a tier 2 Janeway. And that's just an isolatic output. What about the loot gain? We've been talking about loot. Loot. We all want more loot. Okay? We all want more loot. Well, here's a great loot gain officer. A great loot gain officer that you can have in a captain's chair, just like 5 of 11. 5 of 11 is a loot gain officer that has 2 very good utilities. Loot gain in the officer ability, but also that basically call it max mitigation in the captain's chair. Okay? So
we don't know what's going to come out to synergize with him.
Well, we know one of them. We don't know anything else, but right now it ain't bad. Okay? Picard is not bad the way he sits. All right? And if we come over and take a look at Picard as an officer, and then take a look here. So he's 60%. Do you need double-sided synergy, guys? Have we actually looked at this? Do you need double-sided synergy? Is this better than 5 of 11? Is it better than Janeway? Do what?
What does each side synergy give? Because right now he's equivalent to Geordi at 60% with, I think Geordi gets 20% or 12%.
Throw data on there. Throw data on there, and now he's at 100%. You're getting 40% synergy per side.
That's pretty significant.
Yes, it is. Not only that, but he enhances and doubles down on Picard. What do we know about isolated cascade? One of the things that we know about how cascade is calculated. We've talked about the artifacts. We've talked about the officers. Why is cascade a good thing, no matter how big or small? Why is cascade good to keep adding, keep adding, keep adding? That's right, Cruzito. Because on top of it being multiplicative, it's also additive. It multiplies the total by itself. So the more cascade you've got from multiple sources, the more your overall multiplication is going to come in. So let's take a look at a tier 1 data with a tier 1 Picard. Can we do that? Tier 1 Picard is captain. Tier 1 data on the side. Whatever else you want on the bridge. Hell, right now, until we get another synergy officer, 5 of 11. If you want to go for super loot gain, why not? Why not? How about 5 of 11 on the side on a G4 ship? Mind blown. Okay? This is a monster loot gain officer, loot gain capability with still a decent damage output. All right? Again, depending on your firing pattern. You're going to have the isolated cascade boost from Picard per weapon. But then you take a look at data at tier 1, he's 10% versus non-Armada hostiles, exactly the same as Picard. And he's going to increase cascade by another 10%. So let's go back to the example a second ago. On the cube, guys, The cube came out. This officer came out. You remember when Voyager came out, Bubba, we talked about how Chakotay was great for anything, but Janeway was pretty much made for Voyager, right? I mean, we talked about that. Now, she's good in other applications, but she's great on that. Okay? Here we go, where you got Picard and Data from First Contact movie, released the same month as the Borg Cube. Does this officer belong on a Sanctus? Does this officer belong on an Enterprise? I mean, it can. As Bubba points out, it's not real good at pointing up. Anders says it's not real good at punching up. It's not a super effective, powerful crew. Is it better than, say, 5 GG Tau, Bubba Joe? Probably not. Right? Where's Bubba?
I would say definitely not.
Yeah, definitely not. Is he as good as Strange New Worlds? No. Cruzito says yes. Maybe. I don't know. I think Strange New Worlds is pretty good. These guys are not as good at certain things as other officers. True. But they're also better at certain things than other officers. Okay? These
like you
guys,
said, it's a loot crew with some attack strength or some damage capability.
Well, let's look at how this content came out.
You're not going to be punching up to, with your loot crews. Not
typically. And if you frame it with the Borg cube, we have already seen in that refinery a stretch goal. How many people are reliably getting that 3 chest pull every single day? Because that's tough.
He doesn't help. He doesn't help that.
Oh, that's true. Doesn't help on the, yeah, that's right. You're right. It won't do technological distinctiveness. Because that's a bundle, right?
Correct.
Yep, you're right. Okay. All right. That argument goes out. Fair enough.
So, is Picard a good officer on the surface? The answer to that is yes.
I agree.
I don't know where to fit him in the game.
I guess that depends
Secondary
on how many
hostile rep grinding crew.
Yeah, may depend on how.
Maybe
depends on how many ships you're grinding with.
If you're grinding, 5 or 6 levels below you, and you want a second or a third crew to help you with that, maybe he has a role for that. And does that make for a great officer?
It depends on if that's your priority or your focus. Let's look at what I was instructed by the community to do when I was pushing for my Sanctus. I said, Bubba, that I wanted to go and hit those level 58s, remember? And the community literally shamed me, says, no, go hit the 53s. I'm a 56. They told me to punch down. But why? They told me to punch down so that I could use loot gain crews on multiple ships and not suffer intolerable amounts of damage and cost. They said, go down and use 5 ships against a smaller hostile, and you'll grind much faster. And we proved it, Bubba. We did it. We did that on screen. I did, 20 minutes or 10 minutes with 5 ships, and I did it. Yep. It was faster. So, yeah, Karkun, I would say here, month 1, day 1, he's absolutely a fantastic reputation grinding secondary crew. All right? As Anders has pointed out and Bubba points out, he's not super great at punching up yet, but a lot of people are punching down a little bit if they're seriously rep grinding with exos. So, yeah, I see him right up front being massive for reputation, which is also interesting, given the fact that reputation was just increased by 485 billion.
G6 players don't grind rep, DJ.
That's right. I forgot. You guys buy it. I forgot.
How do you think there are already uncommon ships in the game? Do you think it's because they ground the 30 billion rep they needed to do it?
Yes, because you guys are enjoying the game for its mechanics and enjoying the experience versus just swiping your way through it. Obviously.
Now that's new, right? You had to do that in G5. You had to grind it.
Or maybe the game is so frustratingly bad at 60, 61, 62 that you're trying to get it to a position where you can actually enjoy this subpar information that they put into the game for G6.
Traitor, ding him, because I'm going to come back to hazards again. You better ding him, traitor. Objection, Your Honor. Objection.
You both.
Anyway.
I think someone
Anyway,
needs
the point is
that
that
you guys are hungry.
the point is that Janeway, I think not Janeway. I'm sorry.
Picard.
Card has a use case in the game. I don't think it's a general use case. He's not going to be the best hostile hitting crew, not going to be the best armada crew. He's probably a part of the best loot crew, probably, like assuming you don't need any defense at all, because what you're going to do is him and synergize with him and then another loot, right? You know, so far he doesn't have a defensive ability. Maybe he'll get one. So maybe he fits into a loot crew that doesn't need any defensive ability, right? Maybe. But he's okay, right? He's not changing the world. He's not changing my gameplay. He might be changing other people's gameplay, but I don't see a spot for him in the game right now. Now, maybe that changes as we get more officers.
Yeah, no,
but
listen.
Right now, today, I don't see a spot for him where he's excelling.
And that only reinforces the point that Karkun and I are making. This is not an officer for you because you just buy your rep. This is going to be very, very influential for people who still grind rep. This is going to increase your rep grinding time. It'll probably reduce it. Well, it'll reduce it by half.
DJ,
if you're only using 2 ships. Go ahead.
If you used Picard with Data with 7 of 9, so the maximum amount of additional loot gain, plus you put the people below deck or whatever, right? You've maximized your loot gain. And you hit 2,000 of the most efficient hostiles in the game to give you the best amount of rep. So that is, we're not going and hitting the
Are you referring to 5 of 11? You said 7 of 9, but that confused me. You must mean 5 of 11. Okay, all right, just checking.
5 of 11. So if I do that, and I grind with the exocomps and the maximum loot, and I hit my maximum 2,000 hostiles per day, grinding rep, how many days will it take you to hit 500 billion?
First of all, did you not hear what I said? You're proving my point that this is not an officer for you.
This is to address your comment that people will eventually be grinding rep in G6, and I'm telling you they won't because of this number.
I think eventually, yes, they will. But right now, no. You guys are buying the rep. The leading edge is going to buy the rep. By the time by the time the game's average player is in G6, there will be 1,000% more rep gain bonuses that exist by that time. Okay, this is not an officer for you. I agree. This is not an officer that's going to change your gameplay. I understand why that might upset you, but it's not for you.
No, that's not. It doesn't upset me, DJ. You're belittling this, saying, "Oh, they're going to increase rep gain by thousands of %," which they have never done before. Even though they've gone from 1 billion to 15 billion to now 500 billion,
and yet people are still doing it. How much rep have I bought?
They're not.
I have never spent a dime on rep, not once.
I'm telling you, in G6, you can't not.
Dude, again, what part of this is not for G6? What part of that are you not hearing? This is not for you, Bubba. This is for the Karkuns and the Putzes and the people who don't buy rep. That's who this is for. It's not for you if you buy rep. Okay? And if you're in G6 and you feel that it's unbearably slow to proceed with rep, then you can buy it, or this tool will help you. Or you buy it. One or the other. There's only 2 answers there. Okay? There's only 2 outcomes. Yes, I agree. $485 billion rep is way more than I thought it was going to be. When we were taking bets, Bubba Joe, we said 15 billion. We were taking bets on what it was going to be. I said 75 billion. All right? I did not foresee 500 billion. I did not expect that. Okay? Honestly. So I understand why you look at that and say that it's going to be unbearably slow. Well, fortunately, it's still grindable. Or you can buy it.
the next lock or the next level?
No, it's the next lock. 500 billion is the lock. All right, but it's still freaking huge. It's huge, okay? So you've got that. And I hear you, Bubba. You say it's impossible to grind it. I'm going to argue that choice of terminology. Is it unbearably slow? That's probably better terminology for it.
You will get a majority of your rep from dailies. I'm not saying you will purchase it. You will get it from dailies. You will not be grinding.
That's still true today.
Grinding is dead.
Oh, no, that's true right now. I get the vast majority of my rep from dailies. I don't grind. I hate it. All right? Dragon Keeper says he will grind. That's fine. Some people will. All right? But no, even now, I get the vast majority of my rep from dailies. Yes, Classy Pete, 500 billion is the next lock after 15 billion. That is accurate. So, again, I'm going to come back. Bubba says the G6 rep grinding is terrible. I don't actually disagree with you. 485 billion is a freaking lot. But if you're not going to pay for it, or you're going to slow roll it through dailies, then you don't need Picard. But what about...
Are there hostiles and hazard zones that give more rep?
Huh? What?
Are there hostiles and hazard zones, and do they give more rep?
No, well, 75.
Yes and no.
Yeah, 75%. It's still kind of worthless. I'm still working on that battle. I'm still working on that. By the way, I pitched the loot bonus equal to the level of hazard. Is that what we were talking about, Bubba? Was 100% loot gain for 100% hazard, 200% loot gain for 2?
No,
it was more than that.
500%
per level. Yeah, 500 to 1.
Yeah.
They thought that was a little bit excessive, but we are having good conversations about increasing that for you, G6. All right. I haven't really talked about it because I don't have anything to report on that yet, but they're at least having some conversations about improving the worth of those systems for you guys. But that being said, players who are still grinding G3 and G4 rep to get to that next ship, this is going to be a good officer. And for the record, I also believe that once we see the other side of this, once we see the other releases, we already know this is a 2-month arc. All right, so what we get next month is going to be it. Presumably, there's going to be 2, maybe 3 more officers that come in this series. All right? When they do, we'll have a better picture about what's going to happen here. I don't know if it's going to be a defensive officer, if they're going to triple down on Cascade, but it obviously is going to help even more because then, by the way, Picard's captain's maneuver doesn't cap out. He doesn't cap out. All right? So if another Enterprise E officer comes out next month that is good, then you could go full synergy up on the bridge, and now your loot gain from Picard is 140%, and you'll get the extra benefit of whatever comes from the officer ability of the next Enterprise officer. And that's if you're going to do 2-ship grinding. If you were going to do 1-ship grinding with loot gain, then you would put 5 of 11 there because 5 of 11 is going to be worth more than 40% to you in any way, shape, or form. What is she? Isn't she 40% at like tier 1 or tier 2? All right. Tier 2.
20.
She starts at 20. She's 40% at tier 2. So if your 5 of 11 is tier 2 or higher and you're going to 1-ship grind, well, then you don't care. You don't care what's going to come next month with Enterprise E officers because you've already got it. Picard, Data, 5. End of story.
Right. So I'd like to get back to I think that there is a possibility that Picard has a place doing something like loot grinding, punching way down, right? But if you're like a 30, and again, I have no idea what 30s are, so someone can yell at me in the chat. I was doing this since I was 12, up to 12 or whatever. But, we're talking about grinding in Taiga Core, right? And then G4 is going to go into G4 space when they can, and they're going to grind some hostiles there. I don't know who's grinding down. I don't know what class of player is really still grinding down. Probably some G4, probably a few G5. But I think that it has a use if that is something you are doing. Right?
I mean,
if you're a player that's like 30, you're still using PMC to go hit in Tiger Core.
but
You're
that's only
you're
one.
using that because
That's only
you're not
one.
punching down.
But that's only one.
You can't, but you're not in a position to punch down. You need PMC to kill 50 hostiles and then repair your ship. That's my point. Only players that are able to punch significantly down from where they are going to have a use case for this. And I'm sure those players exist. I just don't know how many of those there are.
I see. I think this is just a separation of what you're experiencing, because it's a lot, Bubba Joe. Hell, I'm 56 and I punch down to grind rep. Okay? Because why? Because I can't even get my ships up there. All right, A. And B, the hostiles in G5 scale so significantly that I don't have crews or every ship of every tier of every class that can hang out at that big level. I showed this on screen. I could have used my Corvus only to grind in the 58 system, or I could use all the way down to my Pylum to grind in the 53 system. All right? Cruzito says I'm behind. No, I don't think I am. I don't think I'm behind at all. I'm letting my dailies do it
also,
for me.
while utilizing the faction ships for the better rep. So you can downgrade each one, utilize more of the same.
Yeah, I think that this is a larger use case than what you might thinking. Dragon Keeper agrees. Rain says, hey, I'm over here, Bubba. All right. Cruzito says I'm behind, but I don't think I am. I don't think I am. I am Ops 56, and I just got my Sanctus. I'm obviously not that far behind. All right.
So it's possible, DJ. I'm acknowledging that that's possible. I'm just suggesting that I don't think that there is that many players that are punching way down. I think players are still using optimum hostile hitting crews and not using 6 ships. You obviously have the capability to go do that. And I am certain that there are players in the 40s and 50s that are capable of doing that. I just don't know if that's a lot of people. So is this officer useful to you? Maybe, assuming you actually want to go grind, which we've already acknowledged you don't want to go do.
But I want to be able when I have to.
Okay.
Hey, I wanted my Sanctus.
To the officer that's actually awesome.
All right. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Because yes, Picard, in my opinion, he was worth chasing this one. I did. I'm chasing him. I already have him unlocked. Heck, on Twitch tomorrow, we can look at some of these cases. We can look and see what kind of punch up, punch down, yada, yada. I'll show you guys this tomorrow night on Twitch. All right? I'll show you how I feel like he was made for the cube. Some people are also saying that he works great on the Mona Veen. That's actually really smart, Becca. I'm already having to punch down on my Mona Veen because it's not developed enough. So I'll get back and punch down a little bit, but get more loot. Sure, I'm good with that. I like that idea. Serenity using Picard to farm broken G4 parts. All great. I think that he has a use case for a lot of people. Now, Bubba Joe and I can universally agree that the rare officer this month is the bee's knees. Everybody is going to agree, or should agree, that Data is ridiculous. First of all, is he ridiculous for his officer ability, Bubba Joe?
Yes.
Okay. He's all right there, unless I'm missing something. Bubba, you tell me, why is Data phenomenal? Are you putting him with Janeway? What are you using Data on the bridge for?
I'm not putting him with Janeway. I'm putting him with my regular hostile hitting crew by removing one of the pieces of synergy or removing someone else that's doing something similar, because I'm going to have him at a much higher level than my Janeway.
Well, because you can instant max him this month. Okay, I agree with that. They did actually say that. We're going to sell all the way up to tier 5. Is that what you're referring to? Are you going to have a tier 5 Data this month? Okay.
So the fact he progresses significantly the same path, isolatic damage-wise, officer ability-wise, as an epic? Like, what is the comparison between his isolatic increase compared to Janeway's?
Until Janeway is maxed, they're the same tier for tier.
Yeah.
Well, that's delightful coming from a rare.
It is, which is why Bubba's screaming about it being good. That is delightful from a rare. It doesn't work on armadas. Again, it is non-armada hostiles only, so it doesn't work on armadas where Janeway will. All right. But it's also significantly cheaper cost of acquisition. The limit is your bank account, right, Dragon Keeper? Absolutely. The limit is your bank account. Significantly cheaper cost of acquisition for you to get Data to a point where he's going to be better than Janeway. So I agree with that. Me personally, not going to spend $400 or $500 on Data. Then I find immediate availability or immediate benefit in his below deck ability. I find a ridiculous amount of benefit in his below deck ability, which is increasing maximum cargo. And there's a lot of places, not for rating. Not for rating. Stop it with the rating. Nobody rates. I'm kidding. Nobody.
I'm thinking for Voyager.
Yeah. Voyager. Hell, even Monavine. Borg Cube. Didn't somebody just say a little bit ago that the
compare against La'an, since they're both underdeck cargo crews?
Well, doesn't matter. They're stackable. Doesn't matter how they compare. Okay.
No, I was just thinking, like, who's the better choice if you only had one, like, if you were to want to pick one or the other? How do they progress?
I have to do a side by side. I don't know. Data starts at 20, goes 10, 10, 10, 15, 15. So remember that 10, 10, 10, 15, 15. Let's take a look at La'an. Let's see. Strange New Worlds La'an is 25, 30, 35, 40, 50. Data is better by tier 2. At tier 2, they match. At tier 3, Data's better. La'an is better at tier 1. At tier 2, they match. At tier 3, Data's better. And all the way up. Now, Trixa says, I'm a little bit worried. I'm sure sourcing is going to be as great as La'an, and I don't necessarily disagree with your pessimism there. I think that is a valid concern for non-spenders, because spenders can spend all they want on him. He's unlimited pack purchase this month. All right? Unlimited.
He's a rare officer. He's a rare officer that should be in an event store whenever this content enters into an event store.
Agreed. That's the big thing that La'an, I think, wasn't, or maybe she was. I think somebody said she was. Either way.
And getting 400 shards of a rare officer from an event store as opposed to 1,800 shards of an epic officer is a vastly different investment in terms of what the player has to try and do to do that.
When you're referring to the officer ability on the bridge. Agreed. If you're comparing,
I'm talking about, like, if you're
comparing
not getting this
Janeway
officer from PAX, if you're not, yes. So
Well,
if you wanted to get Janeway up to tier 3 in an event store, what would that have costed you?
Oh, a lot. But the chat was comparing Data to La'an. Now you're still fixed on the Janeway comparison, which I agree is valid. All right.
So now, did La'an come out during the event store month?
See, I don't remember her being in the event store, but people are saying that she was in the event store. I don't remember that, or I probably would have focused on that. But I mean, maybe not. Peter says she wasn't either, but some people say that she was.
I thought La'an came out the month that the event store was, which means she would not have been in the event store.
That's what I thought, because otherwise I would have maxed that. I've maxed 4 of 11. I think she's great. I think he's great. I think La'an's great. And despite Bubba Joe telling me that La'an is not important in the game, all right, he now likes Data. Just throwing that out there. You remember when you told me that La'an was meaningless?
I do.
Yeah. So why do you care about Data then? For the officer ability?
Because I don't care about his below deck ability.
Yeah, I got you. Okay. Yeah, that's right. That's fair. He's fun. But you know what? That's actually good. Like, I'm not going to make fun of him for that. I'm actually going to praise the fact that there's an officer that came out this month from Scopely's game design that is diverse enough that everybody wants him. That is a win. One of the very few that actually come out of Scopely here over the last several months. That's actually a win. All right? So I'm pretty good with that. I'm pretty fantastic with that. Data's a great officer to have. And let's not pretend that Data sourcing this month doesn't feel a little bit better. Most of you guys should already have him unlocked. And we're a little under 2/3 the way through the arc. Am I wrong on that? I think most of you guys should probably have him close to unlocked. Wait a second. Joker says 9 out of 34.
Only if you were participating in some of the SMS. Like if you totally cut yourself off.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's
yeah.
I'm sorry. You're obvious. That's absolutely right. Sorry, I was referring to the heroic SMSs because I've done them. So, in fairness, that's where I got a lot of my shards. Fair enough. Yeah, Shiny says I'm close to tier 2. I think I'm at tier 2, but I don't expect that I'm going to hit tier 3. I don't think. I don't expect that I'm going to hit tier 3 this month. But that's without buying anything. So, I mean, I feel pretty good about that. Let me see where he is here. Oh, where are you at? Where are you at, Data? This is the boring part of the podcast when I'm actually looking for something on my screen and I can't find it. I'm sorry.
Is he possibly on a ship because you were so excited for him?
I'm looking at my officer list, though.
Have you leveled him up?
I don't know. Let's go to group. We'll search.
Probably be down at the bottom. Then.
Yeah, I'm going to search by group and go down at the bottom. I thought I'd leveled him up. Oh, maybe not. Dude, I've already got tier 3 on that cat. I didn't think I was going to do that, so I'm already tier 3, but he is level 10. I'm good with that, man. Like, I think that's great. Now, I'm not going to hit tier 4. No, Dragon Keeper. I mean, I've bought materials. I bought materials. I didn't buy any data packs. I haven't bought any data packs.
How many came in the battle pass, DJ?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, you know what? No, you're right. You're right. Scopely did give me an unlock. They gave me 34. Sorry, I forgot about that. Scopely gave me an unlock. So, okay, that's a little bit unfair. I had 34 shard advantage. Or 38, whatever it is. That's not a hack. 34. Dragon Keeper, it's not a hack. I just forgot. I've never lied to you guys. I just forgot about that one. I've had the flu. Leave me alone.
That means you're still 2.5 on yourself.
That's true. Listen, doesn't matter. You can say what you're saying. Okay, maybe you don't have him to tier 3, free to play. I get that. But he has still been sourced pretty good. Okay, or at least his availability. Oh, my God. Are you guys seriously going to give me shit about that right now? Shut up. All right. At least his availability has been strong.
How well did you do in week 1 auction?
Not good because I was with the G6 guys. But
you finished the SMS, you said, right?
I did finish the SMS. Yeah, I finished the SMS. No, I'm not being rated. I've got my Monavine up in my Monavine's doing stuff.
And then you did this full SMS?
Yeah.
Well, there's your tier 2 right there on the 2 SMSs.
Tier 2, yeah, but I've got him to tier 3. I've got him to tier 3.
Yeah, but the rest is between auctions and what Scopely gave you.
Yeah, Scopely gave me 34, 38, whatever it was. So, anywho.
So from tier 2 to tier 3, it's like 100 or something, isn't it?
Cruzito says he's the perfect sourcing model. What, unlimited pay packs? Actually, you know what, though? Bubba Joe would probably agree with you. He's available through grind, throughout the SMSs and events, and you can pay to accelerate him. Honestly, Bubba Joe probably not going to disagree with you, Cruzito. That's what he talks about all the time. Easy to acquire, tough to tier, or expensive to tier. Bubba Joe, how do you look at data? Like, is that good sourcing?
I think that they've put a number of data shards throughout a number of events this month. Plus, they have him sourced in the SMS and the auction. Plus, they have a paid pack. I'm pleasantly pleased with how they're sourcing data.
Cool. And for an officer Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, for an officer that does appeal to almost every generation of player, too, also makes that a win. You know,
I would say he appeals to everyone north of G3, right? Because he's really we're talking about a hostile hitting crew, right?
Okay.
I guess G4 can still use Pike Muro Chen. And so maybe he's a second tier crew, but he's really going to punch up your damage pretty quickly in terms of the isolated cascade. So I do think that, you pair him with Hughes, you get the criticals. We talked about that's the problem with isolated cascade is that it's critical damage, right?
Right.
PvP. We've talked about that till the cows came home. So that's the issue, right? So that's how he gets the biggest benefit is combining with critical. So you're on PMC on one ship because you take basically zero damage. Hang on.
Yes, we will hang on. I lost him.
I have the slowest moving fire truck I've ever seen in my entire life.
He's stuck in a tunnel. Stand by, everybody.
So anyway, so I think that sorry, I am totally distracted now. I have no idea what I was trying to say.
We were talking about the fact that he is attractive to pretty much everybody. You said maybe not everybody, maybe not G3,
right?
But
right. So again, he's that crew that is going to help you punch way higher damage, and maybe that gets you to a point in the game where you want to be for maybe hitting a higher level of hostile as opposed to surviving infinitely with like a Pike Moro-Chen. So I think it's going to really depend on the player. I don't know how much players are still using Pike Moro-Chen. I think they are until they hit 50. But maybe there are people that are like, hey, my ship is big enough now. I can go with a more aggressive crew, a little less damage, and try and kill hostiles in like round 1 or round 2. And Data is going to be probably the best officer you could slot into that role.
Okay. So there you go. There's a breakdown on your 2 officers that came out this month. And Dragon Keeper says, I disagree with you slightly. I feel like his best ability is below deck. I believe that the majority of people are probably, but see, again, this is not surprising, Dragon Keeper, because he doesn't care about La'an. So he doesn't care about cargo in any way, shape, or form. A lot of us do. We've disagreed with Bubba in the past about the viability of Strange New Worlds La'an. So I value La'an greatly. All right. So I feel like Data does have better value to me below deck. But that's not to say that he's not going to be good on the bridge, especially if I'm trying to use Picard in that loot gain scenario that we were talking about earlier. Go ahead.
When you have hundreds or thousands of % additional cargo through other means, 50% doesn't move the needle. So no, La'an's does not excite.
Do you feel like we have thousands of % of cargo?
More than La'an. Yes, for the ships that I need more cargo on, yes.
Voyager, you've got thousands of % on Voyager.
And I think my surveys are north of 900%, so it's probably close to 1,000 on my surveys.
I said Voyager. Mona V.
Voyager's more than that. Voyager and Mona V are both more than that.
More than 1,000%.
Because they have research. I've got, DJ, I have no research left to do for Voyager.
Okay. Okay.
What does the research scale up to with the Voyager research?
I don't know. I didn't think it got to 1,000%, but I mean, maybe. I'll look.
I believe it's 400%.
Well, then 50% is noticeable. I mean, now
not when you have 100, 200, 300% from other researches that have already existed in the game.
All right. Okay. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
Or Tuvok adds like 200%, right?
I didn't think he was that much, but he's good. Yeah, I stack them all. My Voyager's like 2.7 million cargo now. And that's before adding Data. I might get to 300% with Data, or 3 million with Data. And that'll be great. Housekeeping says, DJ, this could be a conversation about your nickels and dimes. At least it's in a mechanic that it matters. We're not talking about damage output where it doesn't matter. Okay? I'm talking about Voyager where it does matter.
What is your cargo on Voyager?
2.6 million or something like that when I run max cargo, which is what I do when I go mine.
Max cargo, 2.6 million. Data's not going to get you to 3.
Maybe. We'll do that tomorrow night too, because I only just now looked at the clock and realized, holy bananas, I wanted to do a short show. We're at 3 hours and 55 minutes. How did that even happen? We've had fun. It's been a good show. Thanks, Bob.
Well, I can tell you that you were trying to go to the first break for about 45 minutes. That's part of how it happened.
That might be. Not the longest show ever, but I do need to go make dinner. So, not a short one. Oh, hi, Beck. Beck's hanging out. No, 4 hours is not a short show for me, Stewie. Okay? It's not a short. But I did average it out with Wednesday's show. See, Wednesday's show was only 2 hours. So, I've averaged it. Now we're back to the 3 hours. Okay, good. Good. We're good there. All right. So, there you go. All right. Hey, Puddin'.
What you doing, Puddin'?
Sorry, I didn't want to do that. All right. Is there anything else, Bubba Joe, that you needed to talk about here this evening? Anything else that we needed to address today? Or
Wasn't
are we
there
good?
some heroes and villains conversation?
Yeah, I
Yes,
chose.
you want to talk about that?
I don't know. I mean, sure we can, but just for a couple minutes. I don't know that it was anything monumentally earth moving. I chose the villains. I lost. And crazy enough, it worked exactly like it was supposed to. Where is it? Where is it already gone? Is it already gone? Oh, I wanted to show you. It worked exactly like it was supposed to. When they finished their milestone, it nuked my score. Did anybody see that? Anybody else see that? That was cool. That was a new mechanic. All right. When the heroes, the good guys, when the good guys finished their milestone, it nuked my score down to 0. So, oh well.
I saw a bit of confusion, read a bit of confusion about that. A few people were like, did no one score in this event? Am I the only villain? What the heck?
Yeah, well, yeah,
So-
no, I'm
so
with you,
DJ.
Sandy's no goody two shoes. Villains have more fun, but whatever.
DJ,
Whatever.
did you like the event?
I don't think I disliked it.
DJ? Okay. Ask the chat. Players, did you like this event? Was it fun? Was it interesting? Was it, I'm not going to ask if it was rewarding because it was like 7 officer shards, but did you enjoy it?
Really? I thought it was fine. Benny Hill says he liked the event. Old School says it was boring. Better than Rialto Racing. Juby says, I even lost the event and I enjoyed it and thought it was good. Housekeeping says it sucked. What are you driving at, Bubba?
Well, I've heard more positive feedback about this than negative, which is why I wanted to see if that was just my server, even though me and my alliance, we all kind of decided which way we wanted to go. We all lost. But I still feel like this was an okay event to participate in.
Yeah, Eric says it was okay. A lot of people, Jules, Putz, Zandies, are all referring to the fact that it was new. All right, it was new and therefore interesting and fun. Benny Hill says, I'd like to see more of this. Orsa says there was minimal downside even if you lost. I agree with that. So it was worth participating in. So, yeah, okay, I see that. I still see a lot of people saying kind of meh. Roger Workman, no different than any other meta. Fallopian say, it wasn't much. Hal saying it was just another event. Retrieving says that it was blind. But Rhino saying he hated it. Blue Mandalorian, though, big Scopely critic saying it wasn't terrible. I didn't dislike it. I mean, I wasn't super competitive engaged about it, but I completed all my events. I completed all my events. So it's almost funny, Bubba, if we look in the chat and we see a 50-50 split. We see a 50-50 split. Is it sad that that's like a winning scenario today? Like, is that just where our bar is? I mean, I don't want to be negative about it, but I'm just saying, like, if the community's split 50-50 on it, is it bad that I look at that like a good event? Because I do feel like it was good.
I think there's this expectation that every event has to be awesome. Like, it has to give you an ops upgrade or it has to give you an unlock of an officer.
Yeah.
And I think that this event where you made a choice in a mission, would have I liked that mission to be a little bit, more in depth? Maybe I would have liked to say, okay, I have to do this or I have to align this way or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked more than 2 options, but I think as a first cut for this, I'm perfectly fine with this. Like, if you were min-maxing and you were like, which of these 2 groups does this give me value of? There was an obvious correct answer, because one of those officer groups was not good and
Villains?
sourced, and
Yeah,
one of those officer groups are not.
Why did anybody choose hero? I'm pretty sure the Arc Runner set it up so that everybody would want to be a villain. Like, honestly, pretty sure. Anyway.
So I think that, from a, hey, we tried something new, it worked. Oh, that's positive. And that some people are like, I didn't like it because I didn't like the events I had to do. Well, okay, but the events at least were rewarding. Like, the overall thing wasn't like the greatest prize ever, but the individual events, it's not like all you were doing was building into the meta. They actually gave you something that was somewhat useful. So, right, those weren't the garbage packs. Like, those were actual materials and resources, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, I thought it was good.
I think it was fine. Like, I like, if I was rating this event and this thing that was new, and you could say it's a feature of the arc of something new that they were trying, it would get a high rating from me.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, here, let's do, we'll break this one out, Bubba Joe. All right, and for the record, by the way, and I should have spoken more clearly, it wasn't the Arc Runner that designed this event. I actually know the person that designed this event, and it was one of, it's a very creative individual who came in as support on this arc. So I really, really like this. And honestly, Bubba Joe, if I was going to go ahead and rate it and step it out, I would give it, I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10. Honestly. What do you think? Joker says a 6. Okay. Cruzito says 8.5. Orsa says 7. Lightbull gives it an 8. Benny Hill giving it an 8.5. And guys, by the way, let me just say, the fact that we're in the 7 to 8 range is better than any arc rating has been for the entire year. Just throwing that out there. Okay? Just reminding you. Forgotten Sex says, though, the event worked beautifully. Winter Nebula giving the event an A+. All right. Voodoo Doctor giving it an 8.5 to 9. Listen, those scores in and of itself are better than any whole arc of the entire year. You know?
Well, but we've had features that got a high rating.
We have.
Right. So this is going to be one of them.
Well, it is. It was good. So, by the way, to the Scopely live ops design team that worked on this, kudos. Good job. And by the way, I don't mean to throw the Arc Runner under the bus. He worked on it too. All right? They worked on this together, but it wasn't like 100% one person's thing. I think this event proves even more, Bubba Joe, that just everybody should be just throwing ideas. Everybody should be working together. There should be multiple sets of eyes on everything. Because when you had 2 people approach this event turned out beautifully. It really did. All right. So I kind of come back. That's right. Teamwork makes the dream work, man. I think that needs to happen. This was a good event. All right. I think it was good. Anyway, all right. Heroes versus villains. Very nice. I would like to see more of these style of events. Great job. Stop it. I see your chat. Shush. It's fine. No, I actually knew that. Stop distracting me. All right, I'm closing your PM. Scopely staff's trying to distract me right now. But again, let me just point out, they're listening. There's multiples of them listening. Thank you guys so very much. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being a part of our show and our audience and providing the information that you guys do. It's wonderful. All right. So is that it? What's wrong, dude? Oh my God, you're on camera. You got to be wearing clothes. Got to wear clothes. You wanted me? Well, you're not wearing clothes, and I'm on the camera. Do you want me to end the show? I'm actually ready to come inside. Are you hungry for dinner? Why are you crying? You want because you wanted me? Oh, Bobby. Oh, that's my boy. Why are you crying?
I thought you were in bed with me.
Were you taking a nap? Oh, no, I was out here working. He took a nap, and then he woke up, and I wasn't there. Oh, buddy. All right. Well, hey, you want to go make some spaghetti? Yeah. All right, Bubba Joe. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go make spaghetti. All right. No, Peter, he's already had it. Remember, he made me sick. He made me sick. All right. He's not all alone in the house. His brothers are home. You want to tell him a little bit about you hanging out with your brothers? You guys have been playing a lot of games, a lot of Fortnite. As a matter of fact, guys, it's getting a little bit late tonight, so I probably can't do it tonight. But while we've got everybody home, we were going to do a big DJ's Family Among Us night. Do you want to do that one night? Yeah. You want to do it tomorrow? Actually, I can't do it tomorrow. I've got to stream Star Trek tomorrow. I know, tomorrow's normally your night, but I had to trade nights. I had to trade nights this time because Grandma and Grandpa are coming on Tuesday, remember? You know what? Heck with it. Do you want to do Stabby Stabby tomorrow night with everybody, the whole family and the community? Do you guys want to do a non-Star Trek night?
I'm in favor of that. Let's do Stabby Stabby.
You want to do Stabby Stabby tomorrow? Remember, I can't stream on Tuesday because I got my parents coming. Dragon Keeper says do STFC. God, you're such a ruiner of fun. Hey, Trader, you want to play some Stabby Stab tomorrow night? Bubba Joe, you down for some Stabby Stabby?
Absolutely. I'm in.
Ripper left. Yo, Beck likes plants. You down for some Stabby Stabby? And Landon and Noah can come and play, and Oliver will show him how good at Stabby Stabby he is. You want to do that tomorrow? All right, there you go. That's the plan tomorrow. All right, Stabby Stabby. Beck says I could definitely do some Stabby. Okay. Master Viper says do Stabby Stabby early and then STFC later. Actually, I can do that. That's what we could do. How about we do that? You want to do STFC first? You don't play STFC. We'll start early. We'll do a little bit of Among Us, and then we'll do Stabby Stabby at the end. Or no, Stabby Stabby first, and then STFC afterwards, later in the night. How's that? Is that cool? Wardon says, can't kill your Sanctus if you're playing Stabby Stabby. Bubba Joe, Wardon has only gotten a chance to kill my Sanctus one time. He's only been able to kill it one time. Because he hasn't caught me out. Hasn't caught me out yet. He's only killed it once. Okay.
More than once?
Dragon Keeper says, I have work. I can't stay up forever. Sure you can. And yes, you will. All right, guys, I got to go. That is the show that we've got for you tonight. Thank you guys so very much for being here. Bubba Joe, any final announcements or anything that we need to remind anybody of? Give that boy a cookie. You want cookies? The audience says to give you cookies. Oh, Beck says, I'm picking up my dress tomorrow. Oh, that's great. Where are we with the fund? So we are currently 90% towards finishing floor number 3. 90%. We are only $600 away from finishing the 4th floor. And I got word this past weekend of our first corporate match. I'll have more information on that for you guys tomorrow night. But I'm very excited about that, and thank you to those who facilitated it. We will add that to our roster tomorrow night. How close are we to the Beck and Ripper duet? You are $1,600 away. $1,600 away from the Beck Ripper duet. Although they've already earned a squirrel song from me and a squirrel duet with Ripper. They've earned that as well. So we got a lot of this. Somebody keeping a list. Has somebody kept a list on everything that we still have to do for you guys? Somebody needs to go back and double check that and keep up with it. Somebody keep up to that with me. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Let me invite you to visit our website, Talking Trek STFC, TalkingTrekSTFC.com, where you can go to find our merch. Go get you set up with some new merch for the holiday season. Makes great gifts. Okay, lots of good stuff there. Links over to our YouTube, a link over to our Twitch, and a link to our Gold Patreon club, where I'd like to say thank you to a handful of players for supporting our show. Thank you, Lord Neelix, Lady Cass, Trader, Iron Chef, Virtual Army, D-Lyle, Mecrack, Hammerhead, Regis, Jayberg, Shady Pines, Big Shakes, Low Bonnets, Hunter, Dagora, Cruzito, Rand Susie, Hank, Ape, DJ Gur, MC101, Late Nighter, Label, Chloe P, Zalbanar, Ensign, Kim, Stormbringer, Bayonetta, Grog, Thorn, Archangel, Smoke Mohawk, Purr, Jet Ski, Papa Smurf, Jason, Captain Jack, Vadim, Scorpionus, Archer, and Hani. Indominus, Casey Jones, DJz Tales, BFF, Chronic Break, K92, Sir Tail, Warren A. Fox, Judge Creighton, G-Force, Maminkus, Captain Q, Plainsible Garrett Game Jr., Admiral N. Walter, Cha-Cha Roar, Scarlet Hawk, Looser Kendall, Wardon once more, Whips, 7 of 9, Jaga, Nevigo, Flotilli, Blue Mandalorian, Noxus, Exhibitor, Fermax, Dr. Lake, Clueless Ones, Consoido, Lex, Bath, Welch, Fighting Texas Aggie, Gunner, Mighty Croc, Unimatrix, DJz Once, Forbidden Tech, The Web, Balabomb, King of 101, Primal Fear, Medic 213, J-Babes, Dark Knight, Pixelate, Lost and Buddy, Spectre, Yukai, Nico, Diva Dorsal, Oscar 90, McLovin, DJ Screams My Name, Dragon Pirate, Shoopster, Griffin, Mean Bean, Thomas, Everywhere It Matters, Mitt Strangler, Matt Scott, Shannara, Evil Dragonfly, and Gradumacated. Thank you for supporting Talking Trek, a registered trademark and recorded in front of a live studio audience for distribution across podcast platforms everywhere. I am UltimatDJz, your friendly neighborhood cat person. Say meow for now. Love you, minute. Catch ya on the next one. Bye-bye. See ya. Meow. And for those of you hanging out in the Twitch audience, we're going to raid on over to our friend Bafty, who is hanging out. We haven't raided over there for a while, so you guys be sure to go over there, say hello, and in the meantime, say thank you guys so very, very much. What? 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 No, I can't move it! Stop touching things!